with the remaining 2 ice bugs still harassing her. Red Death saw the Ice Titan's hand coming at her. The Ice Titan was planning to slap her to death. Rain, who was on the ground, tried his best to attract the Titan's attention by attacking its legs. But his attacks were completely ineffective. The Titan didn't feel a thing. Just as the Titan's hand was about to arrive, Red Death pulled out the dagger that was securing her onto the Titan's body and jumped away. The Titan's hand arrived and squashed the 2 ice bugs that were still there. The 2 received huge damage and were killed immediately with 1 slap. Red Death, who was in the air, used her grappling hook again. She shot at in an angle that allowed her to swing away before the Titan's hand came again at her. She also got to a higher elevation thanks to the hook. She landed on the Titan's back, where the 6 ice bugs had sprouted before. The Titan tried to reach for her, but since she was directly at her back, its hands couldn't get to her. In its frustration, it shook its body violently. It even started to jump around in an attempt to throw Red Death off. Her jumping caused the ground below to shake and caused huge ice dust all around its feet. Rain didn't dare to approach for fear of the Titan accidentally stomping on him. Red Death used her 2 daggers to cling on madly. She didn't dare make any attempt to climb higher. It was very easy for her to get thrown off in this situation. Her grappling hook was also still on cooldown. As the Titan continued to jump erratically, the ground started to crack. A few more jumps and the ground collapsed. The Titan dropped into a large hole in the ground. His leg was submerged until the knee. Because of the drop, the Titan wasn't able to jump or make any large movements. Red Death wasn't going to let go of this opportunity. Her grappling hook was also off cooldown at the time. She immediately fired it again and gave her a boost in climbing. She landed near the back of the Titan's neck. She could sense that her target was close already. The reason she had decided to climb the Titan was not that she thought hitting its head would let her score higher damage. She wasn't even thinking about defeating this Titan. It was a seemingly impossible task. He estimated this Titan could very well be an eternal grade creature. Luckily, though, this Titan only seemed to be capable of simple melee assaults. Hence, it was unable to get to her when she was already at its back. The reason she had climbed the Titan was that she was still following the cold mana she followed since entering this icy world. The cold mana had brought her to this Titan. She thought at first the Titan was guarding the mana source. But when she was behind the Titan, she sensed the source had moved to her front, which meant the Titan was the source. She then sensed that the cold mana was denser at the upper elevation. Hence, she knew that whatever the source was, it was on the Titan's upper body. When she landed near the neck, she could sense it more clearly. Whatever the source was, it was embedded inside the back of the Titan's neck. She used her daggers to climb up and get nearer. From the Titan's seemingly transparent ice skin, she saw a round object buried a few inches under the Titan's skin. "That is the source," she exclaimed in his mind. This was her target. As she was ready to use her dagger to dig into the Titan's skin, she noticed the ice layers on her 2 sides atop the Titan's shoulders budged. Those layers then grew legs and started crawling to her. They were ice bugs twice the size of the ones from before. Her prize was so close already, she couldn't afford to hold back anymore. She used the state of madness from the set armors. The ability increased her damage power. At the same time, she felt this unreasonable rage building inside her, trying to burst out. As Wrath had pointed out, she always had this rage within her. The rage of her father leaving her and her mother. The rage of having to move away from her hometown due to her parents' split, and into a foreign place she was not familiar with. The rage of having no friends in that new place. The rage of the accident which took her mother's life. The rage of having no choice but to do petty thefts and join the gangsters to survive. And after becoming Wang's disciple, the rage about having the male disciples underestimating her simply because she was a girl. There was also the matter of her vow to beat a boy whom she trained in martial arts with during childhood. A vow that she still couldn't accomplish until now. They all fueled her rage. She had long since learned to deal with this rage. She kept a lid on them when they were unneeded, then opened the lid a little bit when it was time to fight, letting them out as needed to fuel her power. She thought she had complete control. But at this moment when she used the state of madness, all this rage that she had kept inside had somehow become mad. They were fighting to get out. She felt that she would explode if she kept on trying to hold them in. With a thundering shout, she let all these frustrations out. Red-like energy burst out of her body. Her two eyes turned completely red. The energy created an explosion that blasted the two ice bugs away. One of them failed to cling to the Titan's body and fell. The other stabbed its legs and stopped itself before falling. The rage made her feel as if she was losing herself, but she didn't let it be so. She had learned to cope with this rage a long time ago. She focused her mind and used Demon's Bite, the special ability from her set weapons. She stabbed the two daggers into the spot where the round object could be seen. A shadow of a demon's head appeared following her stabs. The demon's head bit down on the spot where her dagger struck. All this time when she stabbed her dagger, it simply penetrated the skin. But this time, the daggers dug deep into the ice skin and cracked it. The shadow of the demon's head then seeped into the crack before exploding from within, shattering the ice. The Ice Titan roared. This time it felt the attack. A damage number of around 10,000 appeared above the head. Rain, who was watching from below, was extremely shocked by the number. Even for him who was level 72, all his attacks only caused 1 point of damage. Even though the damage number was impressive, the health point bar above the Ice Titan didn't seem to reduce at all. The 10,000 damage didn't even seem to be 1% of the Titan's health point. But Red Death's intention wasn't to kill the Ice Titan. She was aiming to get to the round object inside the Titan. There was now a large hole where Red Death had struck, but it was still not deep enough to reach the object. There was still a thin layer of ice. Red Death frantically stabbed, chipping off a small chunk with each stab. Her state of madness was still active, so her stab was more powerful than normal. The Ice Titan felt it. Couldn't just let this person on its back do as she wished. Tried lifting its leg, but the hole in the ground restricted its movement. In its fury, it forcefully tore the ground apart. Rain stumbled back due to the resulting earthquake. The shaking also caused Red Death to almost fall. She quickly stabbed one of her daggers to keep her footing. The one ice bug that didn't fall had rushed over and started biting her. She ignored it. She was fully focused on breaking the last layer protecting the round object. The bite had instead made her angrier and increased her damage. This ice bug was larger than the one from before and hence stronger. Each bite caused large damage. Even with the set armor's high defense, Red Death's health point was still falling at a fast rate. But she didn't stop. She instead let it continue to bite because she was targeting the state of madness ability that will be triggered when she received a fatal hit. When it happened, her health point lingered at 1. Before the ice bug could bite again, she made a final stab. The state of madness effect was gone, but her next attack was increased by 5-fold. She also used Assassin's level 50 skill, Assassinate Soul. At its first level, this skill dealt 300% soul damage and ignored 50% defense. If the target's health point was below 50%, it dealt an additional 100% soul damage. It also had a 5% chance of an instant kill. Red Death had upgraded this level to the max, which increased the inflicted damage to 900%. Added with the 5 times multiplication, the resulting damage was massive. But the most useful feature against this Ice Titan was the skill's ability to bypass 50% defense. The Ice Titan's defense was astronomical. The demon's bite had managed to create a large hole in its skin. Aside from its high damage was also because the attack completely ignored all defense. Even though Assassinate Soul only ignored half the defense, the high damage made up for it. The layer that protected the round object cracked open. She stored her weapons and immediately grabbed the object and jumped away just as the ice bug was about to bite her again. She only had 1 health point. She couldn't afford to get hit anymore. She let herself fall. She planned to use her grappling hook on the Titan's body to stop her fall after putting enough distance from the ice bug. But as she fell, she saw cracks appear all over the Titan's body. The Titan then shattered to pieces. The Titan apparently couldn't exist without the round object Red Death had taken. Red Death looked in dismay. With the Ice Titan gone, she had lost any place to use her grappling hook on. Her body continued to fall. If she hit the ground with her current health point, she would die. Red Death could do nothing as her body continued to plummet. She tried to reposition her body in the air so that at least she could land on her feet. But her starting position was bad. She was unable to alter her body position too much. She looked back and saw the ground fast approaching. She gritted her teeth. She hated such a helpless feeling. She didn't want to give up. She paid attention to the ground. It had been more than 1 hour since she started climbing the Ice Titan. Her Vanish skill had gone off cooldown. She would use it just before she hit the ground. She supposed the teleport feature might save her from the impact. But before she carried out her plan, a shadow swooped by. Red Death felt his body getting pulled to the side. Before she knew it, she was on the ground. Rain had jumped and caught her just before she smashed into the ground. "Are you okay?" he asked. Red Death just nodded. Rain let go of her. She wobbled a little. The speedy fall unbalanced her. She looked around. The ice bugs were nowhere to be seen. They had also vanished with the Ice Titan. "So, mission accomplished?" Rain asked. "Not yet," Red Death said. "I can still sense this thing influencing this place. Until we get rid of this, I don't think the quest is considered completed." "What is that thing anyway? Shouldn't we just bring it out to Goddess Wrath? She should be able to deal with it, shouldn't she?" Red Death didn't deny that that was one way to solve the problem. Wrath said that she couldn't enter because this thing prevented it. But if Red Death took this thing to her, she should be able to sever this thing's influence on this place. However, Red Death was also curious about the thing. "Wait, I will try to inspect it first," she said. When she used the skill, a loading bar appeared. "This will take quite some time," she informed Rain. She put the round object on the ground and sat cross-legged beside it. Rain didn't argue her decision. He stood by her side and observed the surrounding. See if there were any other menaces. After half an hour, the loading bar was finally filled. The information about the round object was revealed and her eyes went wide. It was the Ice God Sphere. She knew about this item because Jack had told her about it. It was the only remaining divine treasure whose location was still unknown. Jack said that someone had found this divine treasure via a quest that Master tweaked, but that person died a wilderness death. This caused this Ice God Sphere to get transferred to a random SSS quest somewhere in this world. Whether it was fate or luck, she had stumbled upon this divine treasure. She wasn't going to let this opportunity go. "Watch over me," she said to Rain. "What? Why? Have you found out what that thing is?" Rain asked. "Just watched the surroundings. I won't be able to move for quite some time. I will need your protection if any monsters show up." Rain was already used to Red Death ignoring his question ever since she came to Remus' side, but it didn't mean he was not annoyed by it. He was tempted to use his own inspect on the round object, but since it took a long time for the inspect to work, he decided against it. He needed to be ready in case a monster approached. Jack had also told Red Death about what happened when someone established a link with a divine treasure. She took out her recovery potions and put them next to her for easy access. It's a good thing that Wrath-set armors provided passive health point recovery. That should help. Her level was also much higher than Jack's when he linked with the Lightning God Sphere, so her health point pool was more than Jack's at that time. After finishing her preparation, she drank a potion and waited until her health point bar fully recovered. Then, she interfaced with the Ice God Sphere. She proceeded with the option to soul link with it. After some time, the temperature around her dropped another notch. Ice flakes started to materialize. Before long, the air around her started to swirl. A sharp ice blade was formed from the cold air. It then slashed her arm, causing damage. "Rita Euro," Rain called worriedly. He was about to come to her aid, but Red Death stopped him. "It's okay. Just don't let anything come near. You don't need to worry about whatever happens in my vicinity." Rain was not truly convinced, but he didn't approach her. He stood away and continued to observe. More ice blades were formed, and they continued to cut Red Death's body. As time passed, she started drinking healing potions and regeneration potions because her health point recovery was unable to keep up with the damage anymore. Layers of frost started covering parts of her body, but they were unable to fully cover her. She thought maybe it was because of the madness Raymond's immunity to freeze. The gear's high resistance to the ice element also helped to mitigate the ice blade's damage. Wrath not only gave her equipment that helped her complete this quest, but also aided her in conquering this divine treasure. After a long torment, the icy wind raging around Red Death died down. The ice god sphere broke apart. It then turned into many tiny icicles and stabbed into Red Death's body. Red Death was panting after all was over. "Are you all right?" Rain asked. "What was that all about?" Red Death gave Rain an explanation. He was extremely surprised to find out that the round ball just now was a divine treasure. Although Red Death trusted Rain, she still thought it was prudent to not inform her companion until she fused with the divine treasure. Rain showed a surprised expression, but he didn't seem offended by Red Death's act. Red Death was opening her status window to check the information about the fused treasure. Ice God Blessing, level 1/3, ice resistance plus 50, passive skill, every attack plus 10% ice damage and 1% chance to cause freeze for 2 seconds, passive skill. Ice God Barrage active skill. Shoot 20 balls of ice that explode, dealing 300% ice damage each in a 5-meter diameter area, 30% chance of causing freeze for 5 seconds, 80% chance of causing slow for 30 seconds. Range, 20 meters, cooldown, 5 hours, upgrade to the next level requires 1 divine gem, 10 magic crystal EXP, 0/3, 000, No wonder Jack's skill is so powerful, Red Death thought. She looked at the experience required to level up the blessing. She knew that the next EXP points she received would all be consumed by this blessing. But for her current level, 3 million EXP points was no problem. Their surroundings suddenly transformed before their eyes. The snow on the ground melted. The ice on the frozen tree cracked before shattering, revealing the tree within. The tree then burst into flame. The melted snow gathered and turned into lava rivers. Multiple geysers were sighted along the land. Even the previously blue sky turned red. While they were marveling at the transformation, a voice was heard from the sky. "I'm impressed, mortals. The two of you have succeeded. You've returned my chamber to me." Wrath materialized from the thin air above them. "Chamber? This looks more like another world," Red Death thought within. "Only a world is worthy to be a goddess chamber, isn't it?" Wrath chuckled. When she saw Red Death's surprised expression, she explained, "In my chamber, no mortal's thoughts can be shielded." HMA. Wrath floated down to where Red Death was. "You have something inside you, Theseuro. It's the ice god Blessinga. I see. So, the thing that had invaded my chamber was a divine treasure. No wonder it resisted my power." Wrath then gave Red Death a sharp glance. "You are pretty brazen to just fuse with it without my permission. You said to get rid of it." "I get rid of it," Red Death answered. Rain was anxious hearing the exchange. He was worried that Wrath would feel offended. Instead, the goddess laughed. "Ha ha ha. Outworlder, I like you. I will free your aunt as we agreed, but you will be my follower." "Follower?" Red Death asked. "From now on, you will do my bidding. You will carry my will and be my representative in the outside world." This is not a discussion. If you refuse, your aunt will be freed as promised, but you will take her place instead." All right, Red Death said. She didn't seem to have any choice. "Good," Wrath uttered. Red Death heard a system notification that her quest had been completed. The received EXP points immediately filled up the EXP needed by the Ice God Blessing. Additionally, she received notification that she had received a special class. The special class was called Madslayer, a first-class special class. Since yesterday's announcement where Outworlders were banned from Themisphere cities, the population inside the capital had been on edge. After this 1 year, the natives had gotten used to the existence of the Outworlders. Many of their economies and livelihoods also revolved around these Outworlders. Many had even become good friends with them. So, when these Outworlders were ushered out, the capital suddenly felt much emptier. Many of the Outworlders were similarly confused. Everything had been so sudden. They didn't understand why this had happened. All they had been told was that an Outworlder named Stormwind had committed the grave sin of murdering the heir to the throne. But that was the act of one person. Why were they also punished? Not to mention, wasn't that Stormwind supposed to be the country's hero? One of the generals who pushed back against the orc invasion and also a good friend of the prince. Why was he accused of the prince's death? Not much was explained to them. They had just been told to pack up yesterday and then escorted out of the capital. It was no problem for the adventurers, but a large portion of them were just common folks who had no interest in braving the wilderness. They had made their livings within the capital all this time, so their level was still very low. Most of them were below level 10. They had been making camps next to the capital. They didn't dare to venture too far for fear of meeting high-level monsters. A group of high-level independent players had volunteered to guard these camps, protecting them from monsters that wandered close. They knew this was not a solution. They couldn't continue to camp outside like this. The kingdom had promised to give them a decision in a few more days. But many received rumors that there was a high chance that they would get chased out of this country entirely. The atmosphere around the camps was mostly in bad mood due to these rumors. Some of them had even started to curse Stormwind for being the person who had caused all these misfortunes. The news was that this Stormwind was to be executed at noon today. Those angry with this situation hoped they could witness the execution as well. While they were waiting for noon, they saw an army of high-level players appear in front of the capital, facing the entrance gate. Horns were sounded from the city wall. The gate opened and a company of kingdom soldiers marched out. They came to meet this Outworlder force. The common players who saw the incident were very curious. They approached but didn't dare to come too close. They watched the scene from afar. Two persons came out of this large group of high-level players. These two were John and Jeannie. They approached the kingdom's company who watched them warily. Many of the current players were now slightly above the average soldier's level, after all. The captain of the company walked out and addressed them. "What is the purpose of this congregation?" John and Jeannie stopped a distance away. "We demand the release of Stormwind, or we will raise this capitale euro." John shouted at the top of his lungs. Not only the soldiers who were taken aback by this declaration. Even the players watching from a distance away hear John's words. They were all wondering who these lunatics were. Challenging the natives like this? "Can you please tone it down a bit?" Jeannie chided. "What? He asked us to make a spectacle." "This is us making a spectacle," John returned. "But we need to draw their attention for some time. If they lose their patience and decide to just attack us instead of talk, then we are the ones in trouble." The two spoke by whispering so the soldiers weren't aware of their conversation. But the way the two talked looked very much like two people bickering. The soldiers were confused. These Outworlders suddenly showed up and antagonized them and then quarrel among themselves. They were not sure if they should take the declaration just now seriously. Finally, out of the two, the woman spoke. "My good captain, can you please send words to those inside the palace? We are from the everlasting heavenly legends and its allies. We are the groups representing the Outworlders in this country. We wish to speak with the person in charge." The captain snorted. "What right do you outsiders have to dare ask for that? You should be glad that we tolerated you for this long. Leave now. Or don't blame us for being rude." "Try it," John said. "You might be intimidating in the past, but take a look at the situation now. All of you are around level 45 and 50. You have the highest level at 55 and a special elite. Most of us are above your level already. Do you think you can stop us?" The captain was speechless. It felt like not long ago when these Outworlders were weaklings. How did they improve so fast? "We are not the only soldiers in the capital. There are many more powerful ones inside," the captain said, refusing to be cowed. "Yes, that's why we request you to call them out," Jeannie said. "You can see our large group here, but you can check that we also have allies at the eastern and western gates. In other words, you are surrounded," John said. The captain sneered at John's words. Surrounded by Outworlders? Like that was something to be worried about. John continued, We know that after the invasion war, most of the kingdom soldiers had gone to the border outposts to replenish the soldiers who originally came from there but had died during the war. Those borders need soldiers more urgently. Hence, the number of soldiers guarding the cities decreased instead, including this capital. Don't forget that we can also summon our guild armies if a confrontation broke out, Genie added. So, our numbers can easily double. If a battle broke out with a large number of natives, it would be considered war. The world system would then allow the guilds to summon their guild armies. The captain became wary after hearing the two's words, but he kept a solemn face. Don't forget that we have 2 mythical-grade Lord Marshals still inside this capital. Please invite them to come out. We very much like to talk to them, Genie said with a smile. The captain hesitated a bit before calling his deputy to deliver the message to the palace. After his deputy left, he stood there with the rest of his company. They just stared at John and Genie in silence. John and Genie walked back to the army of players they came with. At the front of that army were mostly the core members of Everlasting Heavenly Legends. Doman and Leave Me Alone were also there. They used their guild return scroll yesterday after learning about the situation. Aside from their guild members, there were also leaders or representatives from the other guilds. Thank you again for have come, Genie said to these representatives. Among them were Silverwing, Prideful Josh, Jennifer, David, Kill Order, and Rejim. I'm here with my closest followers representing myself, not my guild, Silverwing said. Unfortunately, my father opposed this act of going against the kingdom. So, we won't be able to assist you with our guild army if a battle truly occurred. Your presence here is already appreciated, Genie said. But you said a battle won't happen, right? That we are just putting a display, Prideful Josh said to John. I said that if everything goes as planned, then there will be no battle, John replied. But you know how things go with plans, don't you? Do you forget already about the last battle in the invasion war? You still trust his words, Kill Order said to Josh. Then why are you here? Josh asked Kill Order. Well, my sources said that our time here in this country is numbered. Might as well go out with a bang, Kill Order answered. To be honest, I'm kinda surprised the 2 of you answered our call, John said of Prideful Josh and Kill Order. I'm not surprised that the others didn't come, but the one that I'm disappointed with is that fatty. Fuck that fat Gregory. He is so complying during the wars. Now, when the situation is truly dire, he bails out. John and Genie had sent a call of aid to all the guilds in their new coalition. Many didn't come. As for Dogs of War and Jackal Crews, they came because Genie paid them for the services. But the agreement was only for them to show up. If they were hired to go on a direct conflict with the natives, even they won't dare to accept the mission. We can't blame him, John, Genie said of Fat Gregory. This is our mess. It is already great that some come to our aid. That's right. This is your mess. I hope you truly have a way out, Prideful Josh said. It will be truly frustrating if all of us have to suffer just because of what Storm Wind did. So, can you tell us your plan now? I don't have one, John replied. What? Are you tricking us again by not telling us your plan like in the invasion war? No, I seriously have no plan here. We are here because of Storm Wind's request. What? Almost all the other guild representatives uttered with surprised expressions. What is his plan? Beats me, John replied. All he asked us to do is try to draw as many forces as possible out of the palace. Are you seriously doing this without knowing his full plan? Kill Order asked. If I am to be honest. No, I don't like this any more than you do, John said. But although that guy is reckless and sometimes appeared clumsy, he also gets the job done. Well, most of the Tamiya Euro, don't worry, Genie said. I believe in him. He will solve this mess. Those pests. Claudius slammed his fist on the table. He was inside the war room with Royal Advisor Mason, Princess Sindrel, Duke Alfredo, Duchess Isabel, Lord Commander Armstrong, the 2 Lord Marshals, Emrys and Merrill, and several other officials. They had convened for an emergency meeting due to the sudden provocation by the Outworlders outside the capital. We should have eradicated all of them when we have the chance, Claudius exclaimed. Therabus was right. Sooner or later, the Outworlders will rebel, just like they do now. They aren't rebelling. They just want to talk, Duchess Isabel said. Bringing an army to our doorstep? Is that what you called a talk? Claudius returned. Give me the command of the army. I will go out and give them a talk, whatever it is. It will not be good for both sides if a battle occurred, Duke Alfredo said. What is there to fear? They are Outworlders. We can easily crush them. In the past. Now, most of them are slightly above our average soldiers already. We have many officers who are still higher level than them. Yes, but at the moment, in this capital, they outnumber us, Alfredo said. We have lost plenty of troops during the Orc invasion. Many of the troops originally garrisoned in the cities are now transferred to the border stations, including the troops in this city. The troops we have available here didn't reach 20,000 soldiers. The Outworlders outside our 3 city gates number more than that. Don't forget that if a battle happens, they can also summon their guild soldiers, Armstrong reminded. I've seen their numbers. Each of the guilds with headquarters can summon roughly 15,000 soldiers. Their numbers have surely reduced after the war, but if they all summon their soldiers, it will still be significant. They won't win with numbers. We have more higher-level officers. Don't forget also that our 2 Lord Marshals are here, Claudius said. What can they do against mythical-grade combatants? Although their levels were lower, the everlasting heavenly legends also have mythical-grade combatants. They're Guild Hero and Guild Guardian, Duke Alfredo said. We have 3 of them, Claudius said, looking at Duchess Isabel. They also have 3. One of their members has a mythical-grade companion, a champion from the destroyed Council of Virtus. He is not someone to be underestimated despite his lower level. It is, as you said, all of their mythical combatants are lower level than ours. They won't win, Claudius exclaimed. They won't. But with their numbers, they will still be able to cause damage to our capital. If we battle them out in the open, we won't be able to stop their number from breaching into the capital. So what? We just cower inside the capital like we are afraid of them? I can't accept that. We won't. We will make a show of force, Duke Alfredo said. We will head out there and give them what they want. To talk. But we will do so with a full showcase of our battle power, which means all the available high-level combatants. We will remind them that trying to go against us by force will not end well for them. Okay, Claudius said. But what if the talk goes south? I mean, what do we even want to talk to them about? They want that Storm Wind boy, don't they? Don't tell me you are going to negotiate with them about releasing that murderer. The court has already decided on his death sentence. We will lose face if we are not going through with it. We will of course respect the court's verdict, Alfredo said. The point of us going out to intimidate and talk with them is just to buy time. They want to prevent us from executing the boy. We simply delay them by talking while we carry out the execution early. They shouldn't expect this as noon is still 3 hours away. Once the boy is back to level 1 and loses everything, we just show him to them. The Outworlders value strength. If they saw him as a powerless person, they will have no more reason to fight us. I'm surprised, Emrys said. I thought you are the one who objects to his execution the most. Do not insult me, Lord Marshal, Alfredo said. Although I still don't believe that he is the one who murdered Prince Alonso, I still belong to this kingdom. I won't tolerate the Outworlders' rebelling act. They have themselves to blame for pushing us into hastening Stormwind's execution. Please accept my apology then, my duke, Emrys said with a slight bow. Mason took a deep breath before asking everyone, does anyone have any other proposal? If not, I'm keen to agree with the duke. All of you will head out to meet those Outworlders. Princess Cinderel and I will stay behind with a few soldiers to carry out the execution. When no one say anything, Mason told them to dismiss and start organizing the soldiers inside the capital to head out. When all of them left, Duke Alfredo stayed behind. Is there anything else? Mason asked the Duke. Royal Advisor, I'm sorry. I know that the verdict has been given. But can you please give the boy another chance? Duke Alfredo said. Mason knew the boy the Duke referred to was Jack. He said, Duke Alfredo, I know your friendship with that boy is deep. To be honest, I myself am as surprised as you. But we cannot ignore the evidence. Everything points to him as the murderer. I understand. But can you at least listen to him one last time before his execution? We have never listened to his side of the story. Just you and Princess Syndril. That's all I asked. I will head out and fight those Outworlders if I have to, but I hope you give him at least this one chance. Even if it is just to honor his accomplishments from the invasion war. Mason breathed a long sigh and said, Fine. I will give him a chance to talk before his execution. Then we have to do the execution indoors, Princess Syndril said. His words will be for us to judge. We can't let the others hear what he said. Just in case he spouts something that might cause doubts to the kingdom. I don't think that will happen, but as long as you two are willing to talk to him. I'm happy about it, Duke Alfredo said. I will have my people arrange the execution device inside a closed room in this palace right now. I will also arrange for people to carry Stormwind to that room bound with runic rope. He won't be able to do anything. Mason nodded. We will trouble you then, he said. Duke Alfredo excused himself and left the room to make the arrangement. The room that was prepared as the execution room was a large circular hall at the upper part of the palace. It had a door to a balcony outside. Mason and Princess Syndril came to this room after Duke Alfredo's people informed them that the execution device had been set there. The execution device was a large crystal that was attached to the ceiling. It had rune diagrams all over its surface. It emitted a field that caused anyone who died within its vicinity to die a wilderness death despite they were in a city. It also caused players who died inside its field of effect to come back to life here instead of at the usual rebirth point. Upon activation, the crystal would shoot a continuous beam of energy onto the user's target, delivering magical damage. The target was usually bound, so it was just a matter of time until the crystal depleted the target's health point. The soldiers who set up the device informed Mason that the device had been set to follow the royal advisor's command. Mason and Syndril were now on the balcony looking outside while they waited for Jack to be delivered to them. They watched the kingdom troops gathered at the palace's courtyard below before marching out to meet the Outworlders outside the city gate. Do you think the Outworlders will truly go against us for Stormwind? Princess Syndril asked. Mason sighed. I guess it is difficult for two different living beings to live together, just as the 7 main races in this world live apart from each other. Probably these Outworlders will just move to another land and create an 8th main country. That might probably be the best, Syndril said. They heard the door open then. They turned back and saw Jack walk into the hall. He was bound by a runic rope and was flanked by 2 soldiers. Mason and Syndril went back into the hall and closed the door to the balcony. The 2 soldiers that brought Jack excused themselves and shut the door when they exited. In the hall were now only Jack, Royal Advisor Mason, and Princess Syndril. I hear you want to talk, Mason said to Jack. In honor of your past accomplishments, I will give you one last chance to speak before we carry out your execution. Jack replied with a smile which confused the 2. How about I tell you the real culprit behind Prince Alonso's assassination? Everyone agrees that you are the culprit. Are you saying that you are innocent? Princess Syndril asked. She was wearing her usual mask. Jack continued to smile. There are only the 3 of us here. I know that I won't be able to avoid my fate. At least I want to get this off my chest before you carry out my execution. I hope you don't mind humoring me in my last moment before you take away everything I have. I'm afraid I can't overturn the verdict, but we'll hear you speak, Mr. Stormwind, Mason said. Thank you, Royal Advisor, Jack responded. Now, I have been doing a lot of thinking in that jail, and all that idle time gave me all sorts of imagination. One such imagination just sorts of stuck in my mind. So, allow me to tell you a tale. A tale? Syndril asked. Indulge me, will you, Your Highness? It's my last moment, after all, Jack said. Mason didn't say anything, but he gestured for Jack to continue. This is a tale about the children of a royal family of a kingdom that lives with patriarchal values. The king of the kingdom has 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. Everyone understands that one of the sons will be the one who will inherit the throne one day. However, unknown to everyone, the most ambitious among the king's children is the daughter instead. So ambitious that she is willing to live her entire life in a mask that shrouds everyone from her true intention. So ambitious that she is willing to plot the death of her 3 brothers. All that so that she can defy the patriarchal rule of the kingdom. Since there is no other heir left, there is no choice but to appoint her as the next in line for the throne of the kingdom. That is one entertaining imagination, Mason said. But please don't insult my intelligence. You are clearly referring to Princess Syndril here. I will not stand by while you sully the future queen of this kingdom. It is indeed a wise choice that we hear your words in this secluded hall. Otherwise, it will be a problem if this nasty lie is spread outside the palace wall. Oh, but I know that you will be hearing me inside a secluded room, Jack said. In her effort to pry information from me last night, the princess had instead unmasked herself before me. I'm sure she will not let me speak freely in front of a crowd. Mason glanced at Syndril before saying, If that's all you want to say, then, my tale is not finished yet, royal advisor. Jack cut Mason's words. There is still more. You see, despite her ambition and her status as a princess, she is still powerless in this patriarchal kingdom. There is so much she couldn't do without exposing herself. No, although she had ambition, she needs a helper. Someone who is the other culprit, who planned and was involved in all the ploys to get rid of her 3 brothers. Mason's eyes narrowed to slits. That other culprit is none other than you, royal advisor, Jack said. There was silence in the room before Mason burst into a laugh. As I said, it is truly an entertaining imagination, Mr. Stormwind. Jack laughed as well. Well, then, since it is so entertaining, you don't mind me continuing, right? Although he was laughing, Mason's eyes were in contemplation. He said after a few seconds of pause, All right, it's your last words, after all. Might as well let you say them. Thank you, Jack said cheerfully. As I said, you have been planning this for a long time, including Prince Alonso's second attempted assassination after he returned from the expedition with Duke Alfredo. It is neither Therabus nor Remus' doing. It is yours. Mason just chuckled at the accusation. Remember when I said it is weird that the ploy was so well prepared that it allowed the assassin to flee and the evidence erased, yet the assassination itself failed? Jack continued. The reason was the assassination was meant to fail. Its intention was not to take the prince's life. At least not yet at that time. It was also not to sow hatred against Outworlders. Though I suppose you didn't mind that accidental effect. That assassination was to harden Prince Alonso's resolve to fight for the throne. To make him stand up and fight his brothers. Because what you wanted was for the 3 princes to fight fiercely for the throne. Fighting until only one was left, destabilizing the kingdom in the process. When only one was left, you took care of that surviving one. At that point, the people will be so wary of the kingdom's situation that they will welcome even an unorthodox ruler. A queen, for example, which breaks away from this kingdom's tradition. Syndril didn't say anything. She just wore a thin smile on her face while glancing at Mason. Honestly, during the Civil War, I felt kind of weird about why we had to go full confrontation with Therabus. Jack continued. I mean, if our objective was Alonso's safety, Alonso could just run around the country. This country is big. Alonso won't be able to hide, but it was also not easy for Therabus to catch up to him. In the meantime, the reinforcement army we formed could go and harass Therabus' army, giving Alonso a better chance of escaping. I didn't think about it too much at the time, but after this incident, it kind of makes sense now. You are the one who proposed Alonso take shelter in Fort Garradhor. Jack couldn't point his finger at Mason, so he was doing it using an intense stare. After Remus was taken out, only 2 princes were left. That was your golden opportunity. You wanted the 2 to fight it out at Fort Garradhor. Although on the outside you seemed to support Prince Alonso, I bet you never thought that he could win. On the contrary, you were hoping that it was Prince Therabus who won the civil war. because Therabus would have no hesitation in executing Alonso once he won. Alonso was different. Unfortunately, even though it was Alonso who won, as fate would have it, Therabus still died even when Alonso had tried to spare his life. Mason shook his head as if he had heard the most absurd thing. Another reason that you preferred for Therabus to become the victor was so it would be easier to place blame when you assassinated him, Jack continued. If Therabus won, every outworlder in this country would know that their freedom was on borrowed time. If he was assassinated, no one would think twice about suspecting that the perpetrator was an outworlder. However, the impossible happened. Prince Alonso won. This caused you to have trouble trying to think of a plan, because your original plan to blame it on the outworlder was now not so feasible anymore. Alonso was a friend to the outworlders. People wouldn't just take your word for it. No, you needed a plan before carrying out the assassination. I heard the coronation was delayed after the Civil War. I bet it was you who suggested the prince delay it. Then, when you finally think of a good scapegoat to blame for the assassination, you are unable to carry it out because the scapegoat was nowhere to be found. Jack thought of the time when he was trapped inside Greed's sanctum. Then the orcs invaded, so the coronation was delayed even more. When the invasion war ended, you immediately called the most accomplished outworlders to the palace to reward them. But in reality, you wanted to put pressure on one of these outworlders, who was also your intended scapegoat, so that he didn't go off again before the coronation. You also demand that he attend the rehearsal daily without fail. All that was to ensure that I would be there to take the fall when Alonso was murdered. You have me fetch the prince, day by day, waiting in front of his bedchamber. All to ensure I am the only person in the room when the prince was murdered. But there was another person that was possible to be inside the room as well. A person who was able to bypass the rune diagrams that prevented people from using teleportation. The one remaining royal family member, Princess Syndril. Ha ha ha, Syndril laughed. You are truly delusional. Even though I am a noble and heir, I am but a level 1 commoner. Can't you use your inspect? There are many instances where a disguise can fool the inspect skill, Jack returned. After you killed Alonso, you waited inside the room until you heard me calling. Then you broke a vase to lure me into the room before you teleported away. All the while, Mason waited nearby so he could bring the guards when I am still shocked after discovering the prince's body. That is all very fascinating theory, Mr. Stormwind. But please let me assure you, I never meant you any harm, Mason said. You know, I probably wouldn't have suspected you if you haven't blurted when you caught me in the prince's chamber, Jack said. Blurted? Mason was confused. The day we found Prince Alonso's body, I mentioned someone using the teleporting skill to escape the room. Everyone else had given me a dismissing remark because they knew it was an impossibility, except for you. You instead asked me why I said what I said. You didn't know I have a tool that can detect the positions of nearby people. You were surprised that I know someone had teleported from the room. Otherwise, you would have dismissed my claim just as Emrys and the guards. Mason shook his head with a smile. I simply trusted you, Mr. Stormwind, he said. I don't suppose you have proof, do you? Otherwise, this is all just a conjecture. Why do we bother about this? Syndril hissed. Just execute him already. Heh! Where is that gentle mask of yours? Jack said to Syndril. Then he turned to Mason and said, I don't have proof. Commander Quintus had gone to investigate further to help me find proof. He must have found one, but he was instead assassinated by one of you. Since there is no proof, then I can't take your words seriously, Mason said. Do you think this is one of those detective movies, where I need proof to punish the wicked? Jack asked. Both Mason and Syndril were confused. What the heck is a detective movie? They thought. All I need to do is just prove that Princess Syndril is not a level 1 commoner, Jack exclaimed. As he did, the rope that bound him slipped to the ground. Both Mason and Syndril were extremely surprised by this turn of events. For Alonso and Quintus, take this slash. Reveal yourself, Jack shouted as Stormbreaker appeared in his hand. It slashed forward and produced a crescent light. The sword of light traveled at a very fast speed at Syndril. Mason wanted to do something, but crimson chains burst underneath him, locking his movements. The crescent light hit Syndrel, who wore a terrified face. Damage number appeared and she slumped to the floor. Her health point was 0. What? Jack was startled by the scene. What have you done? Mason shouted. Another voice was heard. No. Storm. What have you done? Duke Alfredo appeared from the shadow in the corner. The crimson chains that bound Mason were his spell. Jack was speechless. He was confident that he was right. No, he thought suddenly. Princess Syndrel was not the only remaining one. One more person inside this palace was considered part of the royal family. Early morning before John and Jeannie led their members towards the capital, Duke Alfredo had come to visit Jack again. He was again using a disguise so no one was aware he had been visiting Jack. He told Jack then that he would go with Jack's plan. Jack gave him his cloak of shadow, which gave the Duke the ability to hide in the shadow as long as he remained still. Although the rune diagrams in the jail cell prevented Jack to access his inventory, the cloak of shadow was on his body. So, he had no problem removing it manually and lent it to the Duke. After the Duke synchronized his plan by proposing all combat-capable personnel head out to face the Outworlders and persuading Mason and Syndrel to have a private moment with Jack, he had gone to the room where the execution device was prepared. He then hid in the corner and let himself meld into the shadow and waited. The soldier that had gone to pick Jack up from the cell was his trusted underling. The soldier was instructed to tie Jack, but in a way that Jack could easily unbind himself. Duchess Isabel was also aware of her husband's plan. Alfredo confided with her the night after he visited Jack. It was due to her supporting this plan that Alfredo decided to go with it. Duchess Isabel had followed the others out to meet the Outworlders. When anyone asked the Duchess where the Duke was, why didn't he go with them to face the Outworlders outside? She simply answered that he would be joining soon, that he had something else to take care of first. Now, inside this execution hall, seeing Princess Syndrel's lifeless body, Duke Alfredo couldn't help but think that he had taken the wrong decision. He was now an accomplice to the person who had eradicated the last of the Themisphere's royal line. His mind was blank at the time. He couldn't fight this regret that was eating inside him. Mason, who was bound by the Duke's myriad ensnaring chains, used the human race's skill, willpower to break the chain's hold. The chains came back soon, but he managed to cast a movement spell that brought him away from the chain's area. Mason was a level 50 rare elite. He knew that he was not Jack's opponent, but he had the execution tool in his command. Fire! He exclaimed while asserting his mind to the crystal above. Yet it remained dormant. He realized then that the control of the crystal was never set to him. The soldiers who had set up the device were Duke Alfredo's people. Traitora Euro! He cursed at the Duke, who was still dazed in the corner. Guards! Mason called while running to the exit, but no one responded. Duke Alfredo had arranged so no soldiers were in the vicinity of this hall. Hold! Jack was about to cast a spell to prevent Mason from fleeing, but the door to the hall suddenly opened. A large blade pierced Mason, who was running towards the door. Mason looked at the person who had ambushed him. His eyes were wide with surprise. Buta Euro, your majesty Euro, I have done everything you instructed a Euro, why a Euro? A large armored man with a pale face came into the room. His steps were heavy and strong. His armor was dark gold in color. There was a dark golden crown on his head. There were many runic symbols surrounding his body. That's a rune technique, Penuel uttered. The runes slammed into Mason, who was still pierced by the armored man's sword. White flame erupted from Mason's body and burned everything in the vicinity. Mason screamed from the burning. His health point dropped rapidly. It was not long before his health point was zeroed and his body turned into a char. King Themosa Euro? Duke Alfredo uttered. So a Euro, it truly is you a Euro, Jack said. King the Mose. You are the one behind all these a Euro. He Euro, ha Euro, ha Euro. The Mose laughed loudly. Buta Euro isn't your condition a Euro. The Duke's words trailed off. My condition a Euro, yes a Euro, it's amazing what one might do for his mortality. the Mose said. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Alfredo asked. Use your inspect, Duke, Jack told him. Alfredo did so. The Mose, mythical vampire, fledgling, king, level 78, health point, 1,860,000, Vamayuro Vampiriuro. Alfredo stammered. The Mose grinned, revealing his two sharp vampire fangs. He is the true culprit behind all this mess, Duke, Jack said. Butayuro, your Sansayuro. Duke turned to Cinderal's body and added, Ayuro, your daughter. The Mose looked at Cinderal's body. Good. You save me time from doing it myself, he said. He then looked down at the charred corpse under his feet. Don't forget my loyal aide here. Themis' foot mercilessly stomped on the charred head, breaking it completely. They are just the remnants of my old self. They meant nothing to me now. Ha ha ha. Both Jack and Alfredo were speechless at Themis' ruthlessness. Jack didn't know the king. This was the first time he laid eyes on the monarch. But the Duke was different. Jack could see the shock on his face. Ayuro, you are not the king, Alfredo uttered. If you are referring to that weak, useless human you called the king, then yes, I am no longer that the Mose. I have now been reborn, by my master. Ha ha ha. Master? Care to tell us your master's name? Jack asked. You are not worthy of his name, the Mose returned. Then do you mind explaining what all this is about? The Mose watched the two with his grin. He then said, I suppose I can tell you a bit. Consider it my last confession. You will take them to your grave anyway. As this country knew, my body had been deteriorating for some time. About 1 year ago, I got a visit from an exalted being. 1 year ago, about the time when Outworlders started appearing, Jack thought. In this case, he could rule out Worldmaker in this scheme. Despite their knowledge, they were still powerless at that time. This meant what conspired here was caused by a native force. By exalted, I guess you mean your current master, right? Jack asked. The Mose just sneered for a reply. He offered me a choice for an immortal life free of illness. I'm pretty sure he demanded payment, didn't he? Of course, there is no free lunch in this world. What he asked in return is something unimaginable to me at that time. He gave me time to think about it. I considered just rejecting him and being done with my life. But I guess my old self is not only weak but also a coward. In the end, I succumbed to the fear of dying and agreed to his terms. Ayuro, what terms are they? Alfredo asked. Wiping out all my descendants, the Mose answered. Alfredo gasped. He couldn't believe his ears. And Ayuro, and you agree to eat Ayuro? Of course, I was told to do it inconspicuously. The people will revolt if I simply publicly executed all my descendants. Hence all this scheming. I have heard what you said to Mason from outside. Most of what you said is correct. Except it was not Cinderel who drove a blade into Alonso and Quintus. It was me. Ha ha. So, these two who helped you with your scheming. You have always planned to kill them? Jack asked. Of course, they knew too much. Furthermore, Cinderel was included in the descendants I need to get rid of. As you said, the country is in so much turmoil that they will most likely accept any leader who can bring stability back. Even one who is a vampire. I will appear to the public as that leader, exposing my vampire race as a blessing from heaven. Don't you get it? You have sold your country to a foreign force, Jack uttered. You might continue to rule this kingdom but at others' bidding. I bet that master of yours is a noble from the Sangrod Empire. Isn't he? He had you wipe out all your descendants just to make sure that his rule through you is unchallenged. This is no more than a different kind of invasion. Themis' grin didn't diminish. So what? All that's important is that I live. This country is mine. What's wrong with selling it in exchange for my life? This country should be happy that they can serve their king in this way. Since my turning, my life has been my master's. This country and all his subjects will now be his as well. Ha 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 Euro. You a Euro. Duke Alfredo was lost for words. The shock on his face now turned to anger. Anger at a betrayal by the one he had pledged his loyalty to. I must admit, you are more than what I expect, the Mose said of Jack. When Mason told me a report regarding you, I was the one who asked him to recruit you into our kingdom faction. By accepting you into our faction, I can better observe the Outworlders so I can judge how wary I should be toward them. I guess you have now decided that Outworlders are too dangerous? Jack asked. Hee hee. The old me that is still human did follow the god's instruction by accepting your lot among us. But now, after watching your progress, I change my mind. My master agrees with me as well. He agrees with you? Or your mind is simply influenced by his? Jack asked. Hee hee. The Moe simply chuckled at the question. The news leak about Jack murdering Prince Alonso, was that also Mason's doing? Alfredo asked. It is, following my instruction. I want to push the court to a swift ending, the Moes answered. It is boring getting cooped up all the time in my chamber, you know? Only having Mason and Syndrel to talk to. Now this wait is over. I will reveal myself to the public and be this country's savior, eradicating the Outworlders who are the menace to this country. No. Everyone will know that you've betrayed your own kingdom, Jack said. He then turned to Alfredo. Duke, you are still recording, right? I am, the Duke answered. Recording? The Moes asked bewilderedly. Instead of answering, Duke Alfredo shouted, I will punish you for our kingdom. He activated the execution device above. It shot a thick yellow beam at the Moes. The Moes lifted his free hand just as the yellow beam arrived. A rectangular translucent bronze wall appeared before the king. The yellow beam smashed into the wall, but it was unable to penetrate. Don't forget, this is still my palace, the Moes said. He then pointed at the crystal above and uttered, Deactivate. The runic symbols that were flaring on the ceiling around the execution crystal grew dim before disappearing altogether. The crystal lost its power and the assaulting beam stopped. Ha! Just accept your fate, the Moes exclaimed and swung his large sword. Raging winds filled with white flame swept across the hall. Jack cast barrier and magic shield, but he was still swept by the wind. He was thrown to the ceiling before slamming back to the floor. Duke Alfredo was in a better situation. He cast magic wall, but it broke after being assaulted by the flaming wind a few times. He staggered backward while protecting himself with his magic shield. Haha, you two are not bad. To tell you the truth, my original power isn't this strong. The Moes laughed. The Duke should know. I was originally a rare elite. It was due to my vampiric rebirth that my power increased by 1 grade. My master said that it was because of my royal bloodline. Ha ha ha. I never had the chance to go all out ever since turning. I will use you two to test my power. Many runic symbols appeared and revolved around the Moes. It's a rune technique again. Don't let him finish it, Penuel exclaimed. Another one? Didn't he just use it when he killed Mason? Jack uttered. Then he probably has 2 rune techniques. Penuel replied. Damn it. Jack used Wind Slash and fired Mana Beam, while Duke Alfredo cast a spell that conjured several magical hammers. However, all those attacks were stopped by the translucent bronze wall that was still in front of the Moes. The wall was called Bulwark of Royalty. It had a very high defense and also had its own health point. If its health point was not depleted, it could last for as long as 3 minutes. The Moes was grinning behind the translucent wall. His expression was clearly mocking the two's efforts. Don't underestimate us, you Philicides freak, Jack exclaimed and used his companion token. Jack summoned Arlcard, Thuras, Ice Demon Fiend, his spirit weapon, and his 10 wolves. No summons, the Moes exclaimed. The rune diagrams around the hall flared. Thuras, Ice Demon Fiend, the spirit weapon, and the 10 wolves vanished. Only Arlcard remained. What? Jack was startled when most of his summons were forcefully disbanded. It's the palace, Penuel informed. It has many defensive mechanisms that benefit the owner, in this case, the king. Arlcard was not unsummoned because he is a native of this world. What's this? Arlcard asked. He was level 65 now. A vampire? He said when he noticed the opponent. He frowned deeply when he also noticed the opponent was a mythical grade with a level much higher than theirs. Drink this. Jack said and handed him the ancient blood awakening potion from his inventory. It was not the time to hold back. Alucard recognized the bottle. It was similar to the bottle he had drunk, which gave him the power to beat Abelard in the past. Jack had taken this potion as one of the rewards from Horatio Maxius when he gave the vampire prince the Book of the Damned. Alucard took the bottle without hesitation. The Mose saw Alucard take the bottle. He also knew the potion. His eyes shone with golden light. Jack recognized the move. He had seen Mijos use it before. It was petrifying gaze. Jack immediately put himself before Alucard just as the eye skill was unleashed. Jack felt himself become stiff. A layer of stone appeared and covered his body. A soft light fell on him. The stiffness and the layer of stone disappeared. Penuel used her fast heal to cancel the petrify status as well as heal the health point Jack lost from the earlier flaming winds. With his petrifying gaze failing to fall on Alucard, the Mose could only watch since his rune technique didn't allow him to move away from his position. Alucard felt the similar heat that ravaged his body the first time he drank the potion. But this time he was ready for it. Jack cast Body Double. He then charged ahead with 2 copies. He left 1 copy behind. The bulwark of royalty was rather durable. It had suffered many punishments, but its health point was still around 20%. Jack could see more and more runic symbols formed by the Mose behind that bronze wall. "Be careful," Penuel warned. Rune technique had the potential to inflict one-hit kill even on a native. It was one of the abilities that delivered the highest damage. Jack was aware of that. The full health point Mason had been killed with only 1 stab. This other rune technique the king was preparing should not be any less powerful. Jack used Dragon Eye once he arrived in front of the Mose. He also executed the 3rd phase of his formless flowing sword style's burst attack. His 96 slashes battered the bronze wall with combo damages. However, his eyes never left Themis' sword. From the number of runic symbols, he predicted that the Mose almost completed his rune technique when he charged. Now, as he was before the bronze wall, he saw the runic symbols all enter the sword, signifying that the preparation phase was already completed. "You think you can fool me by using clones?" The Mose laughed. "Ever since I became a mythical grade, I have been able to sense mana. I know exactly which one is your real body." As the Mose finished speaking, the bronze wall in front of him vanished, even when there was still a sliver of health point left. He no longer needed the protective wall once his rune technique was completed. His sword thrust forward at Jack's real body with a speed almost imperceptible to human eyes. Luckily, Jack's eyes were at the moment equal to a dragon's eyes instead of a human's ones. Hence, he could catch the movement before the blade pierced his body. He immediately changed places with the copy he left behind near Alucard. Although he never saw Themis' second rune technique, he believed it was a melee single-target attack. The reason why he thought so was due to Alonso's death condition. Alonso died in a room where everything was still intact. Nothing was disturbed except for the broken vase used to lure him into the room. From the lack of signs of struggle, Jack surmised Alonso died without fighting back. Even though Alonso was not high-level or high-grade, his health point was still large enough. To kill him in such a short time, a rune technique was most likely used. And since Alonso's wound was only a single stab and his surrounding was undisturbed, the attack was not an AoE attack. Penuel had informed Jack that rune techniques were extremely rare. No matter how powerful the Mose was, Jack didn't believe the Mose had 3 rune techniques. Hence, the one that the Mose was using now had to be the one used to kill Alonso. That's why Jack put himself forward as bait, to make the Mose waste his move. The blade that thrust Jack's copy emitted a purple energy that pierced forward. Jack could sense the mana in that attack. He would absolutely die if that attack hit him, even if he activated all his defensive abilities other than Penuel's invulnerability. The Mose was baffled when he sensed that Jack was still fine. The 3 Jacks in front of him were now just copies. "Ha! Not bad, Outworlder," the Mose chuckled. "He is not taking this seriously," Jack thought worriedly. "Rarg." Jack sensed an energy spike behind him. He turned back and saw Alucard, whose long hair was blown up by a torrent of energy. The energy dissipated and Arlcard was calm again. Arlcard gazed forward with pitch-black eyes. Jack felt a coldness from those eyes as if he was staring into a bottomless abyss. Jack used his inspect and found that Arlcard was a level 75 mythical vampire now. Arlcard suddenly vanished. While Jack was still wondering what had happened, he heard sounds of impact from behind. He turned back and saw that the Mose was swinging his sword, striking a black shadow that continuously zoomed around him at extremely high speed. Jack knew that the black shadow was Arlcard. He couldn't see his companion's movements at all. However, the Mose seemed to still be able to clash with the superfast Arlcard just fine. The two of them were both mythical grades, but the Mose was still 3 levels higher. Jack didn't stay idle, he cast Time Domain. A sphere radiated out, covering the entire hall. With this time domain, Arlcard's speed increased while Themis was slowed. With the handicap, the Mose was unable to block Arlcard's lightning-fast assaults. He now received damage every time Arlcard zoomed past him. The inflicted damage was high and it was never-ending. However, the Mose was oddly laughing. Ha ha ha! Do you worse? The Mose laughed. At the same time, rune diagrams in the walls and ceilings nearby him flared to life. A thread of energy flowed into him and his health point healed rapidly. Oh no! Penuel uttered. It's the palace's defensive mechanism again. It was tied to the king's life force. We won't be able to defeat him as long as we are inside this palace. Ha ha ha! This is my territory. Forget about defeating me. The Mose continued to laugh. Damn it! Jack cursed. Is there no other way? No way he is willing to follow us out. Duke Alfredo came to Jack's side. He was firing standard ranged attacks from his magic gloves to help Arlcard. How about we told him about the recording stone? He whispered to Jack. Maybe he will chase after us out of this castle. When Duke Alfredo visited Jack in his cell early this morning, he had let Jack out of the cell for a while so Jack could access his inventory. Jack took the recording stone out of his inventory and gave it to the Duke. Duke Alfredo had started recording using the stone ever since Jack entered this hall and talked with Mason and Syndrel. He had continued recording even after Syndrel's death, and when the Mose revealed himself and admitted his deeds. This would be the proof that Jack was innocent. Good thinking, Jack praised. Give me the stone. Duke Alfredo handed the stone to him. Jack then showed the stone and then yelled, The Mose! See this recording stone? This contains everything you have said since you entered this hall. What? Themis' brows furrowed. This was the first time he didn't display a mocking expression. Jack stored the stone in his inventory. It was the safest inside there. The Mose would have to kill him if he wanted to get rid of the evidence. Come and catch us, Jack said and transformed into his dragon form. Although this place was extremely high from the ground, he would have no problem flying away with the form. The Duke also has a flying spell. No one leaves a euro, the Mose shouted. As he did, the door to the balcony closed by itself just as Jack and Alfredo were about to rush out. The rune diagrams on the walls flared. An energy barrier encapsulated the entire hall. The barrier prevented anyone from escaping. Bloody hell a euro! How many defensive mechanisms are there? Jack complained. This is the palace of a main country. Of course, it will have many defenses. Penuel shot back. I've been bored for quite some time. You people will entertain me. The Mose exclaimed as he swung his large sword in a circular motion. The swing conjured another flaming wind, but this one formed turbulence around the king. Arlcard's movement was fast, but the flaming wind hit everything in Themis' vicinity. Arlcard was struck by the violent wind, receiving both fire and wind damage. He was forcefully flung to the side. He hit the wall hard, but since the wall was protected by the barrier, it wasn't damaged. Arlcard wasn't discouraged. Under the effect of the ancient blood awakening potion, he was as if on steroids. He felt this power welling inside him, demanding to be let out. Even when he was the one suffering damage, he felt like he was winning. Arlcard dashed forward again, casting a spell and thrusting his sword at the same time. Penuel, any way to disable Themis' healing ability? Jack asked. You can try using Dispel on the rune diagrams on the wall, but I doubt it will succeed, Penuel answered. You will most likely need greater Dispel. Jack tried it anyway. As expected, the spell failed to affect the rune diagrams. Do you have greater Dispel, Duke? Jack asked Alfredo, to which the Duke shook his head. Damn it! Does this mean we won't be able to defeat the Moes? Jack said dejectedly. Unless you can kill him with one hit, or send attacks that deal damage to him at a faster rate than the diagrams are healing him. Otherwise, he will be undefeated, Penuel said. Or you can continue hitting the barrier and damaging him until the diagrams run out of energy. Its power came from the power crystal at the heart of this palace, but I suspect the palace's power crystal had enough energy to continuously sustain the activations of these diagrams for days, or even months. Kill with one Haida-euro? Jack muttered. You thought of something? Penuel asked when he sensed a hopeful feeling rose in Jack's heart. Duke, I will need an opening to land a clean hit on the king, Jack said to Duke Alfredo. What's your plan? Alfredo asked. Try to constrain him. I will take my chance when I see it, Jack said. His copies were still around, he sent them to approach the Moes. He also cast myriad venomous vipers. 15 large green snakes burst out from the floor under the Moes. But before they could entangle Themis' body, the king used Whirlwind Slash. All 15 snakes were sliced apart and they vanished. Crap! Jack cursed. The difference in power was too great that Themis' brute force easily cancelled his spell. Only Arlcard had the power to go toe-to-toe with the king. The two heatedly exchanged moves. While Arlcard fought like a crazed maniac on drugs, the Moes fought while laughing. Arlcard won more blows despite being lower level due to Jack's time domain, but those blows were as if nothing since Themis' lost health point was rapidly healed again. But due to this, the Moes also fought without care of receiving damage. Jack thought he could make use of this. He only had one chance, though. He had to make sure that his attack landed successfully. Jack's 3 copies danced around the Moes. The king ignored those copies. His mana sense would let him know if Jack changed places to one that was near him. Duke Alfredo started casting a spell. The spell formation was very large. A mega spell. Alfredo planned to use his Prison, the mega spell he had used on the Grim Sandrake in the past. Although the Moes could still move inside the prison, his movement would at least be limited. The Moes noticed the mega spell casting. Even though he didn't think the mega spell could endanger him, it was still wiser to not let any mega spell or rune technique be used on him. He slashed vertically. A large crescent black light shot out. The crescent energy left a trail of dark flame as it cut through the air. Duke Alfredo had no choice but to cancel his casting and erected a magic shield for defense. The magic shield was shattered and he was slammed into the wall behind him. Ha! Let me make sure that recording stone is gone, the Moes uttered as his body shot forward, barging through Arlcard's slashes. His movement was so abrupt and also very fast. Even when he was still being slowed by Jack's time domain, he appeared before Jack in an instant. Jack was sure that Themis' movement just now was using a skill. Thanks to the time domain, Jack managed to see the Moes' slashing motion. It was still so fast that he was unable to dodge, but he could exchange place with one of his copies, escaping Themis' slash. After this, he could switch places 3 more times. Don't you run away from me! Arlcard yelled while casting his spell, Dark Lord's Sword. A gigantic black sword materialized in the air and pierced Themis' body. The speed the dark sword was formed was very fast due to the time domain, hence the Moes wasn't able to dodge it. Yet, the Moes simply smiled even when he lost more than 300,000 damage from that single stab. The rune diagrams flared and healed him again. Ha ha ha! Do your worst! The Moes laughed. Arlcard was not fazed. He rushed forward, throwing a few shadow bat darts while his sword slashed and created a net of crisscrossing black lights. The 2 mythical creatures soon traded blows again. I can't get near them, Jack thought frustratingly. He could forcefully try to approach by using Penuel's invulnerability, but if he failed to land a hit, then it's all over. As he was still lamenting about what to do, he heard a loud thump from above. He looked up as another thump was heard, and then another. The ceiling cracked. Jack was stunned. The barrier that the Moes had summoned was integrated into the ceiling, walls, and floor of this hall. To be able to crack the ceiling meant the one doing it had enough power to affect the barrier. Another louder thump and the ceiling collapsed. The barrier now had a large hole on top. From that hole, Jack saw a gargantuan creature. A dragon that was similar in size to Cindrillis. It had yellow scales and its gigantic head was staring down through the hole. Its mouth opened, and a deep and powerful voice was heard. "The Moes! I sensed that you are attacked. It's this country's guardian," Penuel exclaimed. "He comes either when the sovereign of this country summons him, or when he sensed that the sovereign is in danger." Jack used his inspect on this giant dragon. Timeziz's Eternal Dragon, Draconic, level 90, health point, 5 million, with the ceiling and the barrier having a hole. In theory, Jack should be able to escape from that hole. However, he didn't dare to make any move with the gargantuan dragon standing on top of that hole. "Haha, Timeziz's, you have come needlessly. I'm just having fun." The Moes laughed. "On second thought, please kill that outworlder there. He has something that can trouble me." Jack saw the yellow dragon's eyes turn to him. "Shit!" Jack exclaimed. "Outworlder with a supreme dragon form," Timeziz's remarked when he saw Jack's form. "Surprising. You must have impressed Broidryrig enough for him to grant you that form. Unfortunately, that won't save you." The dragon's eyes shone a bright yellow. Jack, who was staring at the dragon, found himself unable to move, unable to think. It was as if his mind had frozen. At this moment, Timeziz's jaws opened and a stream of thick yellow fume burst forth. "Storm!" Duke Alfredo called out. There was no time for him to cast any spell to help Jack. Jack just watched the incoming yellow breath with a dazed expression. Luckily for Jack, whatever had caused him to blank out didn't affect Penuel. Penuel used invulnerability just before the fume hit. Penuel's invulnerability made Jack immune to everything. Whatever was holding Jack catatonic stopped affecting him after Penuel used the skill. Jack was still confused when his mind cleared. The yellow breath engulfed him, but he was still invulnerable. Penuel's invulnerability lasted 5 seconds, 2 seconds more than its base duration, due to Jack's Call Familiar spell at its 4 stars grade. The yellow breath continued to wash over him. Jack hurriedly switched places with one of his copies before the invulnerability ended. "What the heck was that?" Jack asked after he was safely away. "It's the Divine Stone Gaze," Penuel informed. "Similar to Petrify Gaze. But instead of petrifying your body, it petrifies your mind instead." The yellow breath from the dragon still battered the hall's floor. The barrier on the floor shook heavily as it resisted the powerful fume. Rune diagrams all over the hall shone brightly as they tried to maintain the barrier. "Timeziz's, stop damaging this hall. I need to keep them inside here," the Moes shouted. Timeziz's stopped his breath attack then. "You asked a lot of demands, mortal," the dragon complained. "Haha, I am no longer a mortal," the Moes said. Timeziz's looked at the king. He had also sensed the change in the Moes, but it was not his concern. His pledge was to this king. What the Moes did, whether it was right or wrong, was not for him to judge. "You simply turned into a vampire, still a mortal in my book," Timeziz's said. Timeziz's eyes turned to where Jack was. It was difficult getting to the Outworlder if he was not allowed to use his ranged abilities for fear of destroying the hall. He had originally planned to rip the entire roof off, but now he had to find another way. "Humph!" Timeziz's harumphed while shaking his neck. Several of his scales fell off through the hole in the ceiling. Jack looked at these fallen scales. These yellow scales suddenly moved. They transformed into humanoid beings resembling the draconian race, but without faces. They looked like yellow living statues. Each was holding a long spear. There were 6 of these creatures. Jack used Inspect. The 6 were Earth Dragon's servants. They were level 80 special elites. The 6 rushed at Jack. "Drat! As if the current situation is not difficult enough," Jack cursed. He activated Gold Scale Armor and Strength of the Wild before clashing with the 6. They were only special elites, but their levels were very high. Luckily, Jack's time domain was still in effect, so he could still contend with these 6. Duke Alfredo cast a spell, conjuring numerous magical spears that assaulted the 6, assisting Jack. Arlcard was still on the other side fighting the Moes. Time Azizi's just stayed above the hole, keeping guard in case anyone wanted to run out from there. Jack knew he didn't have much time. The effect from the ancient blood awakening potion wasn't endless. His time domain was also about to run out of duration. He looked at the Moes, who was still dealing with Arlcard, without any worry. Jack knew he had to take the risk. Jack had been sending Arlcard a few mental messages for some time. He wanted to coordinate with the vampire to create an opening, but Arlcard didn't respond. Arlcard's mind had been in a frenzy due to the potion, but it cleared little by little as time passed. He could see now that they were in trouble if this situation persisted. Another mental call from Jack arrived, and he responded, just as Jack had decided to just go ahead even if Arlcard still didn't respond this time. Arlcard hastily retreated when he caught Jack's mental messages. Arlcard used his shadow clone as he retreated. The dark clone took over and fight the Moes just as 20 balls of lightning came at them. At the same time, Jack rushed forward while activating Lightning God Suit. He also cast Accelerate as time domain ended at that time. The Lightning God barrage detonated where the Moes and Arlcard's shadow clone were fighting. Because Jack was rushing forward, Jack was also in the detonation area. But his Lightning God Suit made him immune to all lightning damage, so he was fine. Jack didn't expect the Lightning God barrage to kill the Moes, although his divine skill caused a large amount of damage. It was far from enough to kill a level 80 mythical being in one hit. The rune diagrams around the hall quickly replenished Themis' lost health point. Jack was hoping for the divine skill's paralyzing effect. Each lightning ball had a 30% chance to paralyze the target for 10 seconds. Unless his luck was very bad, at least a few of the 20 lightning balls should trigger the paralyze effect. Considering his high luck stat, he believed this should be nothing to worry about. He had even timed his lightning balls to hit at a 1-second interval. Even if the Moes had a skill that cleansed status effect, he would get afflicted again when the next balls hit. Thus, Jack was sure that the Moes won't be able to escape the paralyzation effect. Even if somehow the Moes did, Jack had Arlcard provide backup. Arlcard used Shadow Lock. Jack couldn't see anything inside the lightning explosion. He approached the Moes using his mana sense, while Arlcard targeted his Shadow Lock based on his Shadow Clone who was still clinging to the Moes. Jack could sense from Themis' mana that he had indeed been paralyzed. His mana was in frozen status. Jack took out a small knife from his storage bag. The Moes came into view when he was near. The electrical dust from the explosion was also starting to subside. As he was about to drive the knife into the Moes, Jack caught Themis' eyes turning red. "Shit!" Jack exclaimed. Although the Moes was unable to move due to the paralyze effect, he could still use a skill that needed no movement. Jack was hit by Vampire's race skill, Mesmerize. "I've been a vampire for more than 9 months, Outworlder," the Moes said with a grin. Now both of them were paralyzed. But Themis' grin froze when he saw the knife in Jack's hand. The knife had a dark blade and its hilt was adorned with many gems. "Vampire-slaying knife!" the Moes exclaimed in horror. Now he understood why Jack tried to approach him. Themis' paralyze effect ended. But before he could move, a swarm of bats flew all over him. Before he knew it, the bats turned into Arlcard, who grabbed him from behind. Arlcard sunk his vampire teeth into Themis' neck, sucking his blood. A vampire's bite had a kind of pacifying effect. Arlcard's hands also grabbed both of Themis' arms, locking him. Jack, upon coming out of his paralyzation, immediately resumed thrusting the vampire-slaying knife. However, before the blade penetrated Themis' skin, an energy force exploded from the king. It didn't manage to throw Arlcard away, but the Moes managed to free one of his arms. He was unaffected by the pacification from Arlcard's bite. Themis' freed hand came up and grabbed Jack's wrist. The knife stopped just a few inches from Themis' torso. "Rarg!" Jack tried to push forward with all his strength. He activated all the attributes enhancing skills he had, but the knife refused to push forward. Timezizes, who also identified the vampire-slaying knife, knew Themis' predicament. He no longer cared about preserving the hall. He smashed and broke more parts of the roof. His claw came directly at Jack, aiming to stomp him flat. But before his claw can hit Jack, a soft green wall appeared between him and Jack. The yellow dragon was unable to pierce through this seemingly fragile wall. Lady Serenity, what is the meaning of this? Timezizes roared. Goddess Serenity materialized beside Jack. Her appearance brought soothing tranquility to everyone there. She said to the dragon, I've promised no eternal grade beings may harm this outworlder until he is strong enough. I sense an eternal rank attack on him. So it is you, Timezizes. Why is such a reputable being such as you attacking someone much weaker than you? Everyone was startled by the goddess' appearance. So were Jack and the Moes, but Jack recovered first. The Moes was still gripping Jack's hand, which held the vampire-slaying knife. Jack released his hold. The knife fell and Jack caught it using his other hand. Without pause, he drove the knife into the Moes, who was still in consternation. No! Timezizes, who saw the act, shouted. He couldn't prevent it since the goddess green wall was still in the way. Arg! The Moes screamed in agony once the blade sunk in. The vampire-slaying knife could kill any vampire below archaic rank. Since the Moes was only a fledgling, he was unable to resist the knife's property. His health point went down at a rapid rate. The rune diagrams on the wall tried their best to heal Themis' health point, but they were unable to keep up. In a short time, Themis' health point hit 0. He lost all strength and slumped down. His eyes were still opened wide, staring at the outworlder who had brought about his demise. Outside their wrath, the two large forces faced one another. Most of the players were nervous. Now that the native army showed up before them, the sensation was completely different from when they were simply massing out here without any adversary. Despite many of the players have reached a level that allowed them to confront natives' average troops, the thought of going against the natives was still unsettling. They had been spending the majority of this year thinking that natives were beings whom they shouldn't offend. Many of the higher-ups of the native force also had levels much higher than theirs. Of course, they had fought against natives during the wars, but a majority did it with another native force at their side. Now, they were pure player force facing the natives. The thought that they had done a mistake continued to hammer their minds. This was especially true for those from guilds other than everlasting heavenly legends. The player whom they came here for was not their member. Why should they bear the natives' ire as well? These members kept on glancing at their leaders, waiting for their commands to retreat. But their leaders just stood there, so they had no choice but to stay as well. Unbeknownst to them, those leaders also had the same turmoil. The leaders were only better at masking their feeling. They looked at the backs of John and Jeannie, who stood some distance away, conversing with the leaders from the native force. Those two had promised that this was just a show of force. There won't be a battle. They hoped those two didn't lie to them. As I said, all we wanted is just a fair trial, Jeannie said. Emrys, Claudius, and Duchess Isabel were opposite her. She and John had been negotiating for some time with these three since the native force came out to meet them. And as I said, he was already given a trial. The trial had reached a verdict, Emrys said. But is it fair? He is one of us. We should be present in his trial, John said. Where we came from, a fair trial is one where the accused is given the chance to defend his case, Jeannie said. He should be allowed a representative that helps him through the trial, and we should be given time to examine the evidence. He should be considered innocent until proven guilty. If you are so keen on your fair trial, how about you just go back where you came from? Claudius uttered. No one forced you to stay here. It is just one trouble after another ever since you, Outworlders, showed up. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice in that, Jeannie explained. We can't go back even if we want to. Well then, go somewhere else. Just out of our country. You are no longer welcome here. Claudius didn't relent. Duchess Isabel gave Claudius a gesture to calm down. Let us all cool ourselves. None of us want a conflict to happen here. It will just hurt our two forces. Lord Marshal, in light of their contributions during the war, we should try to find a common ground between us. Emrys gave a contemplative expression. Duchess, I don't see how we can a euro. His words stopped when he heard a rumble from behind. Everyone looked back in the direction of the capital. On top of the palace in the distance, they saw a huge yellow dragon perched on one of the palace's roofs. The dragon was banging on the roof and causing loud thumps. What the euro Claudius was speechless at the sight. That is a euro that is Timezizes, our country's guardian. Emrys recognized the yellow dragon. What is he doing attacking the palace? Duchess Isabel also knew of the guardian. But since she knew her husband's plan, she was more apprehensive. Her face was pale when she realized the place where the dragon was attacking. It was where her husband had arranged for Jack to meet Mason and Sindrel. What exactly is happening inside that hall? What could have triggered the country's guardian to come? She thought worriedly. Our country guardian? The one that dwells on top of Mount Thenias behind our capital? Claudius asked. He never laid eyes on the guardian, but he had heard tales of it. I need to go check. Stay here and guard our city's entrance. Emrys gave the order to Claudius. Before he took to the sky, he said to Jeannie and John, this has better not be your doing, or you won't find anything to negotiate about anymore. I will come as well, Duchess Isabel said and took to the sky following Emrys. John and Jeannie looked over at the dragon in the distance. The hell is Jack doing? Both of them thought. No a euro knew a euro, Timezizes bellowed when he saw Themis' slumped body. The rune diagrams on the wall stopped sending healing light after Themis' health point dropped to 0. Many loots fell near Themis' body. Jack had used his runestone of luck when he drove the knife into Themis' belly. You murderer euro! Timezizes opened his jaws and unleashed his divine earth breath. He couldn't care less about leaving the hall intact anymore. The thick yellow fume blasted the area where Jack and the others were at. However, no matter how hard Timezizes spewed his breath, it couldn't go past the soft green wall erected by Serenity. Stop, Timezizes. Calm yourself, Serenity said soothingly. Her voice penetrated the dragon's mind and made him slightly drowsy. His breath stopped. He was reeling back and shook his head heavily. Get out of my head, Serenity, he hollered. Why do you defend this outworlder so? He just killed a sovereign of a country. He is a euro my ward, Serenity said with a pause. She then turned to Jack. Her gaze went to Themis' body, who was on the ground, before looking back at Jack. Revive the Moes. I know you can do it, Timezizes demanded. Instead of following Serenity's demand, Serenity asked Jack instead. Care to tell me what is going on here? I think it's better if we show you, Jack said. He took out the recording stone the Duke gave him earlier. He activated it and a 3D image appeared. It was the image of Jack with Mason and Sindrel. All of them watched the projected scene silently. The scene continued until the Moes came in and arrogantly admitted his scheme. It stopped when the battle started. So what? It is as he said. This country is his. He is free to use it as he wishes. Timezizes insisted. Now, revive him. Watch your tone, dragon, Serenity said back. Her voice was still soft, but it was no longer soothing. Instead, it caused the heart of everyone to tremble. I understand your anger, but the Moes here is no longer the Moes you knew from the past. He had been corrupted by the vampire's blood that turned him. His mind was no longer his own. You should see that as well after knowing what he did. He exterminated his entire offspring for his vampire master. Which parent would do such a thing? He is clearly not sane anymore. Reviving him will only bring calamity to this country. Timezizes bared his teeth. He growled menacingly, but Serenity stood her ground. She didn't show any sign of yielding to the dragon's demand. The dragon's anger was plain for everyone to see. It was apparent that his relationship with the Moes wasn't shallow. But Timezizes knew he won't be able to defy the goddess. He stomped his feet in resentment and harumphed. Humph! With the sovereign dead and no available heir, this country is doomed. I have had enough of this. To hell with all of you. Timezizes glanced at Jack before flapping his wings and lifting off. His speed was incredible. In just a short time, the great dragon was a speck in the distance. The dragon didn't return to its lair on Mount Thenias. Duke Alfredo slumped to his knees. His expression was dispirited. The dragon is right. We have no king, no heirs, no guardian euro. This country is doomed. People will revolt. Nobles will fight among each other to vie for power. Perhaps we should revive Themos euro, even if he is a corrupt king. At least this country will still be unity to euro. Please tell me you are not seriously considering Theta euro, Jack said. No good will come of a country ruled by a king who murdered his own children. This country will find a way to survive. We will make sure of it. Alfredo didn't say anything in return. He continued to kneel dispiritedly on the ground. Jack left him be. He didn't think anything he said would cheer the Duke up. Jack's eyes turned instead to Arlcard, who had retreated to a corner. But instead of seeing his vampire companion, he instead saw a strange bag of soft tissue, like a cocoon. What is Theta euro? Jack asked. Where is Arlcard? He is metamorphosing, Penuel exclaimed. He must have triggered the state due to drinking Themis blood. Does this mean he will get stronger? A vampire who undergoes this state is sure to increase his grade by 1 after finishing the process. Wow, Jack remarked. He was excited by the prospect of having a mythical grade companion. Now, he didn't lose to Padoin. This is a very rare incident, Penuel said. It might be his bloodline is unique, or Themis blood is unique, or a side effect from the ancient blood awakening potion, or a combination of all three. Anyway, we must make sure that he is not disturbed. Jack was no longer paying attention. A voice notification had just sounded inside his head. Congratulations on solving Alonso's murder. Receive rewards of 2 million EXP, 100 gold coins, and 50,000 merit points. Congratulations on completing the Chain Kingdom faction quest, Throne of Themisphere. Receive rewards of 6 million EXP, 200 gold coins, 1,000 mana cores, 100,000 merit points, and the chance to become the King of Themisphere. Jack was dazed after hearing the notification. Kinga euro, King of Themispheria euro? What happened here? While Jack was still unsure what to make of the notification, a voice was heard from the hole that was made by Timezizes. Everyone turned and saw Emrys and Duchess Isabel floating there. The two flew down and entered the hall. Their eyes immediately fell on the Mose, who was laying on the floor. Your Majestia euro, Emrys shouted and hurriedly came to the body. Duchess Isabel saw her dispirited husband and went to him. Who did Thesa euro? Emrys uttered. He then saw Sindrel's body and also another charred body that was unidentifiable. His eyes fell on Jack, who was nearby. You a euro? Why are you not bound? Are you the one who did Thesa euro? Partly yes, Jack admitted. The king and the princess were indeed his kills, but Charred Mason was not. You! I will punish you for this atrocity, Emrys shouted, and a spell formation started forming. A soothing wind blew past Emrys, and his spell formation fizzled before it was completed. The Lord Marshal was sensitive enough to understand the cause of his failed spellcasting. He turned and saw a green-haired beauty. You a euro, you area euro, goddess of serenity. Emrys never met the goddess, but he had seen a depiction of her in one of the temples that worshipped her. My goddess, why are you here a euro? What exactly happened here? Emrys asked. Instead of answering, Serenity gestured to Jack. Show him. Jack complied. Jack again replayed the scene from his recording stone. After watching the recording, Emrys was similarly downcast. He was the same as Duke Alfredo, thinking that their country is finished now. Seeing everyone's down expression, Jack had no choice but to take charge. We need to keep a lid on this for the time being, while we think of how to proceed. I suggest we have a meeting among ourselves to discuss what we should do and what to tell the country about this incident. Both Emrys and Alfredo remained quiet. Duchess Isabel stepped up to back Jack's suggestion. I agree with Stormwind. Let's move to the meeting room to discuss this. But we will need to bring in a few other officials as well. We can't just do this among us. Jack nodded and added, "Can I invite 2 of my friends as well? I believe they will be able to help in the discussion." Isabel looked at her husband and Emrys, who were still mum. She made the decision herself then. "Give me their names. I will let the soldiers escort them here." Jack told the Duchess. The people he asked for were of course John and Jeannie. He then turned to Serenity. "Goddess, may I trouble you to watch over this discussion? I understand it is against the rule for you to interfere with mortals' affairs, but the fate of a country is at stake here." Serenity hesitated at first, but then she nodded to Jack's request. Penuel rolled her eyes. She knew that the real reason Jack asked Serenity to be present was so the more powerful natives won't dare do anything to him during the meeting. Jack also asked Duchess Isabel to station guards in the hall to protect Arlcard, who was still in a cocoon state. The rest of them went into a meeting room with a round table. Soon more people gathered. The natives were especially confused when they saw Jack, who was a convict, inside the meeting room. But Duchess Isabel just told them to sit down and wait until everyone gathered. Among the natives were Emrys, Duke Alfredo, Duchess Isabel, Merrill, Claudius, Armstrong, and 3 other officials who used to be Mason's aides. Claudius was especially antagonistic when he saw Jack amongst them, but Serenity's presence kept him constrained. They started the meeting with Jack showing them the recording stone. Those who saw the recording for the first time were extremely shocked by the revelation. After the projection ended, Duke Alfredo narrated the subsequent battle, which ended with Themis' death. This drew another shocked breath from them. There was a long period of silence where everyone tried to cope with the reality they had just been presented with. This was especially disheartening for Claudius, who always believed that Outworlders were at fault. Turned out it was their own kind all along. Even what had befallen his previous lord, Therabus, was all but Themis' machination. Eventually, everyone started to ask about what they should do, what will happen to the kingdom, and how they could prevent the kingdom from spiraling into chaos without a leader. The talk slowly deteriorated into arguments and heated debate. It was getting almost out of control that Serenity had to remind everyone of her presence by clearing her throat. "Everyone, every problem has a solution, but you need to keep a calm mind to find it," Serenity said to them. Her voice doused the frustration and fear inside their hearts, allowing them to talk more reasonably. Yet, Serenity could sense that even with her influence, these people were close to surrendering themselves to despair. There was nothing she could do about it. She herself was uncomfortable about being here. Even just by staying here, she was sure she would get criticized by the other gods. While the others were arguing and bickering, Jack was conversing with Jeannie and John via messages. "The chance to what, €1? John asked. He wasn't sure he had read it right. "The chance to become the king of this country." Jack repeated what he had told them. "Are you shitting me?" John asked again. "He is telling the truth," Penuel said to John in the open. She could read Jack's chat messages. The others were too heated in their discussion to pay attention to her. "But how are you going to do that?" Jeannie asked in messages. "I don't think these people are going to just let you be their new king just because the notification said so." Jack shrugged. "The notification said it is a chance, right? Meaning you still have to work for it. At least now we know that the slot is open for you." John offered his opinion. "The way I see it, there are normally 3 ways someone is named a monarchy outside of lineage inheritance. Which is public support. When someone had the complete support of the people can overthrow the ruling monarchy and establish the person they support as their new ruler. Why don't you just call it a bloody revolt?" Jack grumbled. "We can rule that out. The natives obviously won't give me their complete support. What are the other 2? "I am actually surprised you want to be one," Jeannie said to Jack. "I thought you would have avoided being a king even if you have the chance." "I honestly don't want to. But this country is now in a big mess partly because of me. I owed Duke Alfredo my life. If he didn't trust me enough to follow my plan, I would have been executed and lost everything and will probably have to spend the rest of my life locked in an underground dungeon. The least I can do to help him back is fix this goddamned kingdom. Plus, imagine the military power we will have if he truly becomes the king. It will allow us a better chance against Worldmaker who controls Liguridium, John added. So what are the other two? Jack asked John again. By force, John exclaimed. Beat the shit out of the current kingdom and install yourself as the king. Motherfucker. How's that different from the first? Of course it's different. The second one is done without public support. You just rely on your military power. He is actually not wrong, you know, Penuel told them. If a force can storm into the palace, kill the sovereign, and destroy the throne, the leader of that force will be installed as the new ruler of that kingdom, overthrowing the current one. For the current Themisphere, the king and his successors are already gone. So all one has to do is destroy the throne. See, John said. But the throne has very high health point. Once you attack the throne, every soldier of the country will receive notification, Penuel said. They will come swarming at you. If you still manage to destroy the throne under that condition, this world system will recognize you as the new sovereign. Then that is even more unavailable to us. They won't let us bring too many players into the palace. Do you think the three of us have the chance to beat all these natives when they come swarming at us? Then we are down to the last option, John said. And that is divine interference. Huh. Jack gave John a confused expression. You clearly don't read history a lot, do you? John scoffed. Many of our ancient monarchs believed themselves to be chosen by God. You can call it the divine right of kings or the mandate of heaven. The point is, if you can make the public believe that you are supported by God, then they will accept you as their king. I mean, who would dare to defy the will of God now, right? And where do you suppose I find this divine intra-euro? Jack's thought trailed off as he realized something. His eyes turned to Serenity, who was surprisingly looking back at him. Jack heard Serenity's voice in his mind then. Are you asking me to interfere even more in this affair of mortals? You can read our messages? Jack asked in surprise. I can't. I know through Penuel, Serenity said into Jack's mind. She can read your messages. At this range, I can talk with her via our minds. I see a euro great. Then it saves me time from explaining, Jack said to her while sending messages to John and Jeannie at the same time, informing them that Serenity knew their talks. Mr. Stormwind, I have interfered in this matter more than I'm willing to. To announce my support to you a euro, you said to me before you have investigated the Outworlder group who are meddling with Liguridium's situation, right? Then you know how Fear's cult is actively supporting them. They will soon come for the rest of the world. We need another country backed by a god or goddess if we are to stand a chance. I believe hope and the others value balance, don't they? This is how we have a balance against their forces. With this explanation, they won't blame you. Serenity didn't say anything. Her face looked serene, but Jack could see in her eyes that the goddess was contemplating. So he continued to persuade. If we leave things as it is, Themisphere will fall apart. There will be civil wars by various groups looking to take the throne. It will be endless fighting. The ones who will suffer are the civilians. There will be no peace for them for a very long time. The only ones who can stop all this are the gods and goddesses. Are you truly going to stay impartial even with all this? Serenity sighed. She was the representation of peace. If only everyone is willing to strive for peace, there will be no conflict. But sometimes, she knew peace needed a strong hand in enforcement before it could be achieved. She disliked this kind of peace effort, but she also understood its necessity during extreme situations. The situation they were currently in could be called the periphery of an extreme situation. If she didn't act, it would be as Jack said. Everything would devolve into chaos and wars. She did another sigh. She then stood up. As she did, her aura washed over the room. Everyone involuntarily stopped their debates and sat down. I can see that this is going nowhere. I don't have the time to accompany you people here indefinitely. For that, I'm going to decide for all of you, she announced. As she was speaking, brilliant green light emitted from her body. The room seemed to enlarge. Serenity's figure also appeared larger than usual even when everyone was sure she was still the same as before. None of those in the room was aware that her image appeared in the sky above the capital. In fact, not only the capital. Everyone who was inside Themisphere territory could see her image. Then her voice boomed throughout the kingdom. It was not too loud, but her voice permeated all corners so that everyone within the kingdom could listen clearly, even those inside their houses or under the basements. Citizens of Themisphere, I am the goddess of serenity. I have an announcement to make. Due to unfortunate circumstances, your king has passed away, and so are all his heirs. Currently, the kingdom of Themisphere is without a sovereign. As you know, about 1 year ago, Outworlders appeared in our world. This is preordained by our great creator, and the edict that we have passed on to you is to aid these Outworlders and welcome them into your midst. There will be incoming struggles, and Outworlders will play a pivotal point in those struggles. Considering these points, I am using my autocratic power and issuing you a decree. I install the Outworlder Stormwind as the next king of Themisphere. He will now be in charge of this kingdom, and you will obey his orders. Believe me that I know he is a person who will take into account the interest of natives and Outworlders at equal measure. Anyone who rebels against him is rebelling against me. In return, this kingdom will receive my blessing for 1 year. The image of serenity in the sky dispersed into countless green dust. It filled the entire sky, and rain started falling. Those who were outside felt extremely refreshed when this rain fell on them. All their fatigue, weariness, and worry evaporated as if it was never there. They felt at peace. Back inside the palace's meeting room, the natives in the room were especially speechless by the goddess declaration. One of Mason's aides in the room, named Thergood, finally gathered enough courage to speak up. Goddess Serenity, with all due respect, even with your sanctification, there will be some who are unwilling to follow this decision. Are you one of those people? Serenity asked. No, my goddess. I obey your decree, Thergood answered. Serenity nodded. I've spoken. Those who disagree with Stormwind's rule mean they disagree with me. I hope none within this room is one such person. Serenity stopped and observed everyone. None expressed objection anymore, not even Claudius. He had been especially quiet after the truth about the Moes was revealed. He was even silent when everyone was heatedly debating a while ago. Please make your preparation. I want the coronation to be carried out tomorrow morning, Serenity demanded. I will be here myself to crown the new king. After those words, the goddess vanished softly like fine sand being blown away by a gust. After the goddess was gone, the room was back into silence. Everyone was just looking at one another, unsure of what to do. Jack decided to stand up. My friends, I understand that I am the last person in your mind you think of to lead you. I also know that I am not an ideal leader. But know this, as its king, I will work myself for the betterment of this kingdom and its citizen. I ask that you lend me your strength. I know for sure I won't be able to do this on my own. But if you want to leave, I won't hold it against you. I, however, strongly hope that we can keep this kingdom as one, undivided. For this is how we can keep Themisphere strong. The goddess is right. A struggle is coming. Some of us Outworlders know about this, and we will have to prepare ourselves for it. Claudius stood up abruptly. Everyone was startled by his action. Jack was especially wary. This man had always been hostile to him. Claudius walked around the table and came to where Jack was. He suddenly pulled out his spear. Jack was startled. He almost pulled out his weapon as well. But then he saw Claudius plant his spear on the floor and knelt before him. I pledge my life to King Stormwind, he said. This was all so unexpected that Jack didn't know what to do. Genie nudged him to wake him from his stupor. Jack immediately said to Claudius, stand up. Good Lord Commander, I will need your support from now on. Claudius stood up and nodded. You shall have it, Your Majesty. Duke Alfredo, Duchess Isabel, and Lord Commander Armstrong also stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, they said. Jack felt weird with these people giving him all these respects. It felt not long ago that these people were individuals that he couldn't afford to offend. Now they were all bowing to him. He couldn't help but feel surreal about all this. Emrys and Thurgood were next to pay their respects. Soon everyone in the room followed. "All right, I'll organize the coronation ceremony," Thurgood said. Luckily, it was not long ago since our planned coronation for Prince Alonso. All the high officials from other cities are still here. So, it will be possible to carry out the coronation ceremony by tomorrow as the goddess demanded. "Wait," John uttered. Everyone looked at this other outworlder. "There is one other thing. The matter of Themis' death. We can't let the public know about the truth," John told them. "There will be much unrest if the people know that they have been betrayed by their own king. It will hurt the people's faith in the kingdom. It will undermine the new government." "What do you suggest?" Thurgood asked. "Announce the news that Themis' death had been the work of a foreign force, the same as Prince Alonso's, and it was Stormwind who unraveled this foreign agent's nefarious deed. Assure the people that the agent has been caught and killed. The identity of this agent is still being investigated to know which foreign force this agent came from." Thurgood turned to Jack. "Does your Majesty agree?" he asked. "Say yes." John sent Jack a message. "I don't know, Manayuro, I don't like to lie. I think telling the truth is important," Jack replied. "Fuck the truth. People losing faith is one of the reasons. The real thing is we don't have the time to deal with the hassle of the mass demanding justice for the vampire that has turned King the Mose. This will put us on a collision course with the Sangrod Empire. We don't have the time for that. This kingdom is still in a shamble after Varamir's invasion. If we are now clashing with Sangrod, we won't have the strength to deal with Liguriddum when they arrive." Jeannie chimed in. "I disagree with you, John. I think the truth is important, no matter how bitter it is. You should have more faith in the people. Individual is smart, but people or the mass, they are stupid. They just follow the flow. There will be people with bad intentions aiming to rile up the crowd to challenge your rule. By telling them the truth, you will give them ammunition for that. I've given my counsel. You decide what you think is best," John said. Jack was dismayed. He was not even crowned king yet, and he had already had to make a difficult choice. But then he thought about the time when he was in the Sylvania, when he counseled Arlcard to hide the truth about Obelard. It was easy then when he was not the one who had to decide. "Do what he said," Jack finally said to Thurgood. "As you wish, Your Majesty," Thurgood bowed. During the remaining of the day, everyone prepared for the coronation. There was also the preparation for the burial of Prince Alonso, King the Mose, and Princess Sindral. Prince Alonso's burial was supposed to be carried out after Jack's execution. The prince was now instead being accompanied by his father and sister. Jack thought of the prince. Alonso's life was indeed a tragedy. Being treated as a foe by his brothers, lied to by his sister, and schemed and killed by his father. Yet, he could still be kind and supportive and work with the best intention for this kingdom. Jack remembered the past when he heard people saying that God is cruel. He never agreed with it, but he couldn't help to think about it now. How can God allow someone as good and hopeful as Alonso to die like this? He couldn't stop thinking that Alonso's demise was simply to pave way for his ascent to the throne. For what? So he could replace Alonso to be the king and thus could rally enough power to face Worldmaker? Sacrificing someone good for the sake of the greater good? He very much hoped that this was not the case. The gods and goddesses of this world had no such power to direct fate. They were simply powerful guardians placed to watch over the world. Even the real god of this world, its creator, was simply a normal human who was a game maker. One that no longer existed. If there was truly a being that decided and wrote all the events that happened here, he would very much like to meet this being, and perhaps give this being a beating or two, if that was even possible. Jack wished very much that Alonso was still alive so he could do right by the prince. Helped Alonso become the rightful king he was meant to be. Now Jack had to do it in Alonso's stead. Jack promised himself he would help this kingdom with the spirit Alonso had shown him. The burial ceremony for the royal family should have been carried out before Jack's coronation. But since Serenity demanded the coronation to happen tomorrow morning, they had no choice but to go along with it and dealt with the burials the day after. Thurgood announced the royal family's demise based on John's suggestion. Before the announcement, the people were bewildered by the sudden passing of King the Mose and Princess Sindral so soon after Alonso was murdered. But they were even more confused by why the goddess chose Jack, who was someone to be executed, as the next monarch. After the announcement, the people could better accept Jack. Jack was not the murderer he was suspected to be. He was a hero who had beaten back the orc invasion, and he was the one who figured out the foreign influence in the palace. Even though he was an outworlder, he was not without merit. The mass was enraged by the mention of foreign influence in the misfortune that befell the royal family. They demanded the true enemy be found. Thurgood assured their best men were working hard on it. John was right. If the truth was announced, these people would call for blood from the Sangrod Empire. There had been too much turmoil in the kingdom as of late. Everyone was on edge. The calm they felt from Serenity's reign was slowly being washed off. Jack had been offered Themis' chamber to spend his night in the palace. He had visited the place. Some furniture was broken there. Seeing the signs of struggle, Jack concluded this was where Commander Quintus had perished. The commander must have found a clue that brought him to this place, which caused him to be killed. Jack felt the guilt again. He shouldn't have pushed the commander to investigate for him. He didn't feel comfortable there. So, he decided to spend the night back in Heavenly Citadel. He would return tomorrow for the coronation. John chose to stay in the palace. He wanted to learn all the current ongoing matters in Themisphere so he could advise Jack on what to do once Jack was crowned. Jack joked that John was more suited to be a king. John said that he didn't mind if Jack wanted to give the crown to him instead. Jeannie reminded Jack to not take the bait. The kingdom would for sure go down the villainy path if John was the king. At Heavenly Citadel, Jack's closest friends came and congratulated him for being free from the execution and being crowned king. Serenity's heavenly announcement made it so that everyone in this country knew. Some of his friends even joked that it was quite a reversal of fate, from a convicted to a ruler. They were excited, though. Now that one of the leaders of their guild is the sovereign of this country, who would dare challenge their guild? Some of the leaders of the other guilds came to offer their congratulations as well. Jack felt like chasing them away, but he was too polite to do that. He lamented his fate. Would this be what his life as a king be? Attending court matters and receiving dignitaries all the time? When would he be able to go out adventuring again? But he had promised himself to rule in Alonso's stead, so he won't complain now. It was his duty. What little time he had after those visiting guild leaders left, he spent inside the legacy dungeon and time chamber. After killing the Mose and completing the Kingdom Chain quest, his level had gone up again. His brave swordsmaster leveled up to level 64 and was close to reaching the next level. His time sage became level 63. As for his beastmaster class, it went up 2 levels to level 63. He had 15 points of free attributes. He put them into his wisdom stat. This stat decreased the magical damage he received, but he was not sure if this stat also made him wiser. Intelligence stat didn't exactly make him smarter, but it helped him remember things more easily and increased his thinking speed aside from boosting his magical damage. So he thought the wisdom stat should somehow help him in some unknown points as well. He would need all the wisdom he could get if he was to rule a kingdom. The free skill points he had were 6 points for Brave Swordsmaster, 3 points for Time Sage, and 15 points for Beastmaster. Jeannie had copied the Beast Howl technique book that John and Jet procured after killing the adult dragon turtle. She had given the book to Jack when they returned to the headquarters. Jack immediately learned the skill. Beast Howl level 120 active skill, heals 10% health point to all summons when the skill is activated. Increases stats by 100% to all summons. Ally summons within a 30-meter radius received half the effect. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Stamina, 100. Jack thought the healing effect of the skill was very useful. Although it only heals 10%, Pet's health point was high, similar to natives. A 10% healing of health point could help them survive a significant time. Not to mention, this was a group heal, healing even ally summons even if it was only half the effect. Jack leveled up this skill using the 15 free skill points, bringing it to level 16. Each level increased the heal by 1% and stats increased by 5%, bringing the heal to 25% and the attribute increased to 175%. He didn't use the souls in his container of soul to max level this skill because he was not sure when he would get another Beastmaster skill. It was better to save the souls for his other two classes, which had many skills which were not yet maxed. He had 2.186,129 souls inside the container. The majority came from killing the Moes. Jack used 6 Swordsmaster's free skill points to max level his Blitz Slash. The skill now delivered 7 slashes that dealt 200% damage each slash. He then used 3 times Sage's free skill points and 1,600,000 souls to max level his Ghost Form spell. Each level increased the maximum duration he could remain in Ghost Form. At the max level, the maximum duration was 30 seconds. He then used 500,000 souls to level up Mana Beam to level 6. Each level increased the damage by 20%. The spell now dealt 400% magical damage. Jack also studied the loots dropped by the Moes. He had just stored everything in his bag after the loots dropped. The situation at that time didn't allow him to check the loots in detail. There were the usual coins, mana cores, equipment, and materials which he just donated to the guild. He kept 4 of the most impressive loots. 3 were unique grades while 1 was unknown. The first one was a rune technique book. It allowed one to learn a rune technique. Penuel couldn't seem to stop stressing about how lucky Jack was for getting a rune technique book. Jack kept on reminding her that luck was never his problem. The rune technique contained within the book was called Infernal Cleansing Flame. Jack had a feeling it was the same rune technique that the Moes used on Mason. Penuel informed Jack that learning a rune technique wasn't the same as learning normal skills where one only needed to click the book's interface. Accepting to learn a rune technique would take the user into a learning space which was a separate dimension. There, the user must memorize all the rune symbols scattered around the space. Afterward, the user would have to practice forming the runes. Apparently, this process was the same as when one learned a mega spell. The difference was a rune technique had more runes to be memorized, but it was smaller and less complicated than the runes of magic spells. Still, each one was a different rune, so memorizing all of them was a problem if one didn't have a good memory. Luckily, Jack's intelligence stat was high enough to let him memorize all of them easily. There was a total of 30 runes that Jack had to memorize when he entered the learning space. Penuel said that the more runes to be learned from a rune technique, the more powerful it was. The most powerful rune technique had 50 runes, while the weakest one had 20 runes. Jack took around 3 hours to memorize and practice forming the rune until he met the least required time in forming the rune, which was 20 seconds. And that was already achieved by him using multi-rune forming with his 100 synchronous thoughts. Hey Penuel, what if I keep on failing to reach the required time? Will I stay inside that learning space indefinitely? Jack asked after he was out. No, Penuel answered. You only have a 12-hour limit to learn. If you are still unable to reach the required time, you will be considered failed and sent out. What will happen to the book if that happened? Jack asked. It will vanish, Penuel answered. Jack was having a cold sweat. Luckily, he had succeeded. Otherwise, the book would have been wasted. Jack complained about why Penuel didn't tell him this from the start. I don't want you to be under pressure. You blockhead, the fairy returned. Jack didn't bother to argue with her. He checked the description of his rune technique in his status window. Infernal Cleansing Flame, rune technique. Imbue the power of the Infernal Cleansing Flame into a non-magical weapon, dealing fire and light damage. Power is unleashed when the weapon successfully strikes a target. Cooldown 1 hour. Huh? No description of how much damage is inflicted. No level as well, Jack remarked. Rune technique doesn't have a level, Penuel explained. Nor does it have a star proficiency. It is already at its best right from the start. The problem is more about if you can complete the runes preparation and land your hit. There is only a 1-second interval after you complete all 30 runes preparation. If you don't land a hit in that 1 second, the prepared power will disperse. Damn. Then I prefer Arlcard's Unrelenting Purgatory, Jack said. Unrelenting Purgatory was Arlcard's rune technique. The one Arlcard had used to kill Obelard and Garland. His rune technique hit an enemy from range. Mine is a melee. Where can I find an enemy stupid enough to run at me after seeing me preparing this rune technique? Unless it is by catching someone by surprise like what the Moes did to Mason, this technique is practically unusable. Then don't use it, Penuel simply shrugged. Combat was not her department. Hey, speaking about Arlcard, do you know how much longer he will be in that cocoon state? Jack asked. Can be minutes, can be days, can even be months, Penuel answered. Why don't you just say I don't know? Jack complained. What about this rune technique's damage? I can't tell how powerful this rune technique is. Remember the working of runestones? Penuel asked instead. Yeah. What about it? Wait a euro. Are you telling me a rune technique's damage is influenced by freaking willpower? Jack asked. Penuel made a gesture that Jack had guessed correctly. Bloody hell. What a troublesome technique. Not only will I need to concentrate to form the runes fast, have a headache about how to land the hit, and now I also have to focus on exerting my willpower to drive up the damage. Even with my 100 synchronous thoughts. That is a chore. No one says rune technique is an easy technique, Penuel shrugged. Arlcard would have used it every chance if it is easy. But even if your willpower is at its lowest, the inflicted damage by a rune technique will still be more than your most powerful skill. Perhaps even rivaling your lightning god barrage. Probably even more if you inject enough willpower into it. Whatever. Let's just train to complete the rune process fast first. Jack brandished his Stormbreaker and activated the technique. He was inside the time chamber and there was currently no one, so he didn't worry about hitting anybody. He concentrated on forming the runes. Numerous small runes started appearing around his body. When all 30 runes were formed, they all converged into his sword. Jack's mana sense could sense his sword being covered by intense energy. But since there was no target to hit, the skill ended after 1 second, just as Penuel said. The cooldown started. If you are disrupted during the rune forming, the cooldown will not start. You can repeat the technique immediately, Penuel informed. But if you completed the rune process, then the technique will be considered as being executed, even if you hit no one. You will have to wait 1 hour again before you can use the technique. Like I said, troublesome technique. I still need almost 20 seconds to complete the rune process. Well, let's check out the other loots. Jack turned his attention to the second loot, which was an accessory. Ring of Inheritance, unique accessory. Wisdom plus 24. All elemental resistances plus 10. If damaged, heal 2000 health point every 5 minutes. Inherited Will. Active ability cleanse all status effects and recover 30% health point for self and allies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown. 3 hours. Jack immediately replaced his rare grade Swift Ice ring with this new one. Now, both his rings were unique grades. This ring gave him great surviving abilities. The healing effect of the ring was as if he drank a free greater healing potion every 5 minutes. The third loot was a unique grade consumable. Suppression Crystal, unique consumable, lowers a target by 1 grade and 10 levels. Range, 10 meters. Duration, 6 hours. Penuel informed Jack that this consumable was similar to the Draconic Suppression Crystal that Wong and the others targeted during the World Tournament. Except this one wasn't limited to one type of monster. But in exchange, the suppression lasted only 6 hours. To Jack, 6 hours were more than enough for one battle. He was more worried about the range. If he was required to use this item, that meant the opponent was very powerful. 10 meters was too short a distance against such an opponent. Jack stored the crystal in his inventory. The fourth item was an unknown grade. It was an old key. The description classified it as a special item without a grade. The name was Themisphere Legacy Key. Considering the name, it was a rather important item. The description only said that the key was to open a secret chamber reserved for Themisphere royal family. It didn't describe where to use it, though. Do you know where is the keyhole I can use this mysterious key on? Jack asked Penuel, to which Penuel answered by shaking her head. Well, I'll probably just ask this palace's inhabitants after the coronation, Jack said. Jack spent the rest of the night inside the time chamber training his sword art as well as practicing his rune technique whenever it was off cooldown. He also slept inside there and trained again when he woke up. When he calculated that it should be morning already outside, he exited the time chamber and teleported to Therath, then headed directly to the palace. Every native who saw him walk by bowed their heads. Cropayuro walking around the city will be very different from now on, he lamented. Patrolling guards who happened to walk by even came to him when they saw him. Jack didn't have the heart to chase them away, so he let them escort him to the palace. Inside the palace, the preparation was almost complete. Everyone had been working overtime last night because they didn't want to let down the goddess. Jack was escorted into the king's chamber. He could see the red carpet along the way. He remembered when he was rehearsing the coronation. Someone would come to fetch him, and they would walk along this red carpet to the throne room where he would be crowned. Jack felt very weird about how fate had turned out. He was practicing escorting the prince a week ago. Now he will be the one who was escorted. He felt sad instead of excited. He wished that things never changed, that it was still him who escorted Prince Alonso to the throne room. But he knew dwelling on the past was useless. He took a deep breath. This was his task now. He would have to do it to the best of his abilities. He swore he would bring Themisphere to a new height. The coronation ceremony was under preparation. It would be carried out an hour from now. Jack had come earlier as Thurgood instructed so he could prepare as well. Inside the king's chamber, Thurgood took him to a dressing room. There were 4 large cupboards. "I understand you have 3 classes?" Thurgood asked. "Yes. What about it?" Jack asked in return. Thurgood went to the cupboards without answering Jack's question. He opened 3 out of the 4 cupboards. Behind each cupboard was a set of armor. "These are the regal outfits," Thurgood informed. "Please pick one." Jack noticed from the look that each set was a different type of armor. The ones that Thurgood had shown him were medium armor, light armor, and cloth armor. From this, Jack surmised the closed cupboard should have a set of heavy armor behind it, the only armor type he couldn't wear. "These are for me?" Jack asked. "These are for the king," Thurgood answered. "These are heritage equipment," Penuel explained. "As long as you are the monarch of this country, you can wear them. If you are somehow deposed, you will lose ownership of them." "I see." Jack used an inspect on them. He expected these armors to be only cosmetic outfits, one that carried no defensive property and only to show his kingly grandeur. But he was then shocked when he found that each set was unique grade set armors. "Holy!" Jack blurted. "I may only choose one? Can I take all 3 of them? Do you have to be so greedy?" Penuel chided. "Technically, they are all yours at the moment, but can you wear them all?" Thurgood asked. "These regal outfits can't be stored inside an Outworlder's storage bag, so you can only carry them by equipping them. If you somehow lost them or replaced them with other equipment, these set armors will return to this cupboard by themselves. And as heritage equipment, they are indestructible," Penuel added. "They have no durability value, like your Stormbreaker." "Great," Jack uttered. He then asked Thurgood, "So, I can take them all as long as I can wear them?" Yes," Thurgood confirmed, though he didn't understand how exactly Jack could make use of them all. Jack proceeded to take the medium set armor and replaced his current super rare grade Sword Fiend's gear set. He felt pity because this Sword Fiend's gear set enhanced his Blade Dancer class, especially the abilities that enhanced and lengthened his Sword Orb's ability. But he supposed he would have to let them go at one point, and this was the time. Jack marveled at his new unique grade royal set armor. Not only did they look dashingly cool, but their effects were also great. Headpiece, Themisphere King's Crown, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, physical defense, 346, magical defense, 302, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, intelligence plus 20, wisdom plus 25, light resistance plus 30, automatically cleanse 1 mental status ailment. Cooldown, 10 minutes, chest piece, Themisphere King Scale Mail, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, physical defense, 391. Magical defense, 338. Indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, endurance plus 25, strength plus 22, dark resistance plus 30. When receiving a fatal blow, health point will remain at 1. Cooldown, 3 hours, shoulder piece, Themisphere King's Pauldrons. Level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, physical defense, 352, magical defense, 307, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, endurance plus 21, reflex plus 24, lightning resistance plus 30, automatically cleanse 1 physical status ailment. Cooldown, 10 minutes, arms piece, Themisphere King's Bracer, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, physical defense, 317, magical defense, 269, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, strength plus 25, dexterity plus 24, fire resistance plus 30, automatically deal 300% main weapons damage to the enemy that landed a blow. Cooldown, 1 hour, belt piece, Themisphere King's Iron Belt, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, physical defense, 303, magical defense, 258, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, endurance plus 23, dexterity plus 20, ice resistance plus 30. If hit by a ranged attack, create a shield that reduces range damage by 70%. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes, pants piece, Themisphere King Scale Pants, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, physical defense, 380, magical defense, 329, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, endurance plus 24, dexterity plus 22, earth resistance plus 30, automatically heal 30% health point when health point falls below 50%. Cooldown, 30 minutes, boots piece, Themisphere King's Plated Long Boots, level 64, unique set medium armor, Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, physical defense, 347, magical defense, 301, indestructible. Restriction, human race, king of Themisphere, reflex plus 23, dexterity plus 25, wind resistance plus 30, automatically increase movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds if receive damage. Cooldown 5 minutes, set bonus of Themisphere Royal Battle Armor, comma, 2 equipment, plus 300 to physical and magical defense, comma, for equipment, plus 3000 health point, plus 300 stamina, and plus 10% to all attributes, comma, 6 equipment, Aura of King, passive skill. All Themisphere NPCs within a 300-meter radius increase their attributes by 80%, damage by 10%, and reduce damage received by 20%, comma, full set equipment. Judgment of Past Kings, active skill. Call upon the spirits of past Themisphere kings who will unleash their most powerful attacks. Cooldown 3 days. Jack was not exactly thrilled about being the king of this kingdom, but after receiving this set equipment, he thought being a king was actually not bad at all. Despite being lower level than the level 70 Sword Fiend's gear set, this level 64 unique set armors provided higher total physical and magical defenses. Combined with the Beastmaster's perk, the total physical defense was 3009 and the magical defense was 2644. All the set armor's abilities were also incredible. Each armor had reaction skills that aided its wearer in different circumstances. The set bonuses were also great. If they went to war again, the Aura of King would empower a large number of native units since it covered a very large area. As for the full set equipment bonus, it sounded impressive, but there was no description of the attack and damage this skill inflicted. How powerful is this skill? Jack asked Penuel. Very, Penuel answered. You should be relieved that the Moes had turned into a vampire. Otherwise, he would be wearing this regal equipment. If he used this judgment of past kings against you during your battle yesterday, you and the others won't survive. Really? that powerful? Jack asked. The skill summons the spirit of past Themisphere's kings, totaling 11 of them until this era, Penuel explained. Each of these kings will unleash the most powerful attack they possessed during the prime of their lives. You mean I will summon the Moes when I use this skill? Jack asked. I doubt he will appear. It was Thurgood who answered. This is a country of the human race. The second he turned into a vampire, his soul will no longer be accepted into the hall of his ancestors. He sighed. I still can't believe His Majesty will do that just to escape death. Thurgood is right. I didn't count him among the 11, Penuel said. Good. It will be weird if he appears when I use the skill. Jack chuckled. I can't help but notice that this equipment has the same level as my level. They also didn't have the upper limit of level like the other equipment. That's because you can't upgrade them. This heritage equipment has the same mechanic as pet armor. They will level up when their wearer levels up, Penuel answered. What? You are not joking, right? That means I don't need to waste ores on them. No, you don't need to. Jack thought on the matter. Considering this was heritage equipment that was later passed down to another person, it made sense that it didn't have a fixed level. If, for example, this armor was truly level 64, this meant if Alonso didn't die and was presented with this armor, he won't be able to wear it because the equipment level was too high for him. Also, although it was a boon that he did not need to waste ores to level up this armor, their potential was also less than normal equipment. For normal equipment, he could level them up until it was 10 levels higher than him, thus making the equipment more powerful. For this royal armor, he couldn't do so, but he wasn't bothered. This unique grade set armor was already powerful as it was. He could now save up his ores in case he got legendary grade armor in the future. I'm glad that your majesty liked this regal outfit, Thurgood said. If you don't mind, can I hold the crown first? Oh? Why? Jack asked. So I can crown you in front of the others during the coronation, Thurgood answered. Oh, right, Jack said and handed him the crown. After he did, he went to the cupboard that housed the cloth armor type. When Thurgood was confused as to what the future king was planning, Jack transformed into a different person in front of him. Jack had transformed into unrivaled Arcaner, his mage persona. He then started replacing his current equipment with the royal armor set, which was Themisphere Royal Garment. The set armor was similar to Themisphere Royal Battle Armor except that the boosts it provided cater more to magic-based players. It also had the same judgment of past kings for the bonus of full set equipment. An interface appeared when he donned the cloth armors. The interface asked if he wished to use the armor's original appearance or use the previously set appearance. Jack chose the latter. This was supposed to be a disguise. If he went around wearing something that looked like a king, then his disguise would be pointless. After finishing, he went to the light armor's cupboard. During the week when he was attending the rehearsal, he again upgraded his orb of disguise using the divine gem and magic crystals copied by Genie. The orb was now in the 3rd rank, which was also its maximum. Could not be upgraded anymore. After the upgrade, the orb could store another disguise, giving him a total of 3 options. The first one was Unrivaled Arcaner, a mage human. The second one was Master Slayer, an ethereal blade dancer. For the third one, he chose the orc race with an appearance from the Beastmaster class. Of course, considering his pet and beast form was distinctive, the disguise would be useless the second he summoned his pet or transformed. Still, he chose this so he could have wide disguise options. Most disguises would be revealed once a battle starts anyway, so he didn't concern about it too much. The reason he chose the orc race was so that he could travel into VRMMO in case he somehow needed to. Currently, humans would be chased out if they were sighted inside that country. As for the name, his orc disguise had the alias of Iamanorc. Penuel was confused at first by the weird name until Jack explained to her how to pronounce the name. The light armor was also similar to the medium armor and cloth armor versions, except they were more geared toward agile players. Jack also changed the appearance of the equipment to make it look less regal. The only armor he didn't touch was the heavy armor version. Too bad he couldn't lend it to another. This armor was restricted to not only the human race but also to Themisphere's king. He transformed back into Jack afterward and said to Thurgood, "Okay, I'm ready." Thurgood nodded. "It shouldn't be long now," he said. They waited a few more minutes until the guards outside the chamber announced the arrival of the group that came to escort Jack to the throne room. Jack came out of the room and met Duke Alfredo, Emrys, and Merrill. The three bowed. Seeing the three, Jack had that weird feeling again about how things turned out. "Are you ready, Your Majesty?" Alfredo asked. "Yes," Jack replied. "Let's go." Alfredo nodded. He took the lead and Jack followed him, flanked by Emrys and Merrill. Thurgood and the two guards who guarded the king's chamber followed from behind. They followed the path marked by the red carpet and soon arrived before the throne room. The room was fully packed with people, even more so than during the rehearsal. That was because some high-profile dignitaries weren't required to join the rehearsal. They only came during the real thing. Additionally, there were also leaders from influential Outworlder guilds. It was John who arranged the invitation. Different from the previously planned coronation. This time, the crowned king was an Outworlder. So, it made sense that representatives from Outworlders should also be present. Jack watched all these people. These people would be his subjects starting today. The head priest of the Church of Creation was there beside the throne. Thurgood went and took his position beside the priest. Jack came forward and knelt before the priest. He had gone through the rehearsal, so he knew how the proceedings go, even if his current role was different from the rehearsal. The head priest uttered a long prayer as a blessing to the new king. After it was completed, it was Thurgood's turn to read the vows of kingship. But before he did, a voice was heard from above. "Let me be the one to read his vows." A soothing but powerful voice was heard. Before everyone's eyes, serenity appeared, followed by a comforting gust of wind. The temperature in the room, which was heated by the presence of so many people, now dropped to a comfortable level. Her appearance captivated everyone's attention. She wore a common green dress without any ornaments on her body. Yet everyone was certain they had never witnessed a more beautiful woman. Just the sight of her brought comfort and adoration to their hearts. They felt that all their worries were now small problems that no longer troubled them. Serenity floated down slowly and landed before Jack. Jack was still kneeling. "Are you willing to take your kingly vows?" Serenity asked. Her voice was gentle, but everyone could hear her clearly. "I am willing," Jack answered with a firm voice. "Do you swear to rule the kingdom of Themisphere and its people, natives or Outworlders alike, with fairness and integrity, and to uphold its laws with an authority that is free of selfishness and personal interest?" "I swear." "Do you swear to protect the kingdom of Themisphere and its people from outer and inner threats, and dedicate your life to the betterment and the prosperity of the kingdom, and to stay true to this country?" "I swear." "Do you swear to use your rule to bring good and peace to the world, to strive for a better future for all the countries and races outside of this kingdom, and to not cower away from any evil that arises and threatens the peace of this world?" "I swear." "Then rise, King of Themisphere. Rise and take your rightful place on the throne. Remember your oaths and do not stray from them." Jack stood up and said solemnly, "The oaths I have sworn, I will perform and keep. This I swear with all my beings. May the gods and goddesses strike me down if I break them." Serenity nodded her approval. Thurgood looked at the parchment of kingly vows in his hand. The oaths given by Goddess Serenity were a bit different from their traditional ones, but he figured it was not wise to protest against a goddess. Jack walked to the throne. It was a large chair made of a combination of wood, gold, iron, and leather. He never truly paid attention to this throne before, but now it seemed very large and imposing as he stood up close. Two people could sit on it side by side. He touched the leather that lined the armrest. It was soft and warm. It had gold rims fixed atop wooden frames. Jack took a deep breath and sat on the throne. Thurgood came then. He was holding the crown that Jack had handed him earlier. He slowly lifted the crown and rested it on Jack's head. Two aides came beside Thurgood. One of them was holding a sword, the other was holding a staff. Thurgood took the pair of weapons and announced, "I presented the king with his regalia. Jack accepted the weapons. He expected them to be just ornaments. But as he had seen that his regal outfit was combat-effective gears, he inspected these two weapons with a hopeful feeling. He was not disappointed. Themisphere King's Sword, level 64 90ths, unique one-handed sword, comma, physical damage 635, attack speed 2, indestructible. Restriction. Human race, King of Themisphere, strength plus 22, endurance plus 25. If the wielder wears one of Themisphere's royal outfits, physical damage plus 10%, comma, King Slash, active skill sent a sword energy that travels forward, dealing 800% physical damage to all enemies in its path. 30% chance to cause fear and fatigue. Range 20 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Comma, Themisphere King's Staff, level 64 out of 90, unique magic weapon, comma, magical damage 610, range 60 meters, attack speed 1, indestructible. Restriction. Human race, King of Themisphere, intelligence plus 21, wisdom plus 25. If the wielder wears one of Themisphere's royal outfits, magical damage plus 10%, comma, King's Punishment, active skill blast a 10-meter radius area, dealing 500% magical damage to all enemies within the area. 30% chance to cause charmed and confused. Range 50 meters. Cooldown 10 minutes. Hey Penuel, I suppose these are also heritage equipment? Jack asked via his mind. So, I don't need to level them up, right? Yes, Penuel answered. Then added, just to be clear, you won't be able to feed that sword to your Stormbreaker. Heritage weapons can't be sacrificed like that. That's okay. I will just imprint it for my magic weapon later, Jack said. As for the magic staff, he didn't plan to use it yet. His current mana leech staff was a level 72 unique staff. Its magical damage was higher than Themisphere King's staff, so no sense to replace it. Jack held the two weapons in his two hands. Thurgood turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "Behold the new king of Themisphere." Everyone applauded. At the same time, he heard a system notification. Congratulations on being the first player to become a monarch. You are awarded 100 ruling power. Ruling power? Jack thought. He remembered Alonso mentioned something about this. Wow, that's a lot, Penuel exclaimed after hearing the notification. Is it good? Jack asked. Very. We will talk about that later, Penuel said. Jack nodded and returned his attention to the applauding crowds. Even if they were all applauding, Jack could see a few with unsatisfied expressions. If not for the goddess, he guessed these individuals had thrown protests or might even rebel. He could see already that this role of being a king won't be a smooth road. Everyone will now be required to swear fealty to our new king, Thurgood announced. He then knelt before Jack, volunteering as the first one to swear his fealty. I am Thurgood, advisor to the Themisphere's court. I swear that I will be faithful to my king, never cause him harm, and obey his will to the best of my abilities and without deceit. Jack nodded his acceptance. Thurgood rose and Duke Alfredo came next. The swearing of fealties went on for a long while as there were many people in the hall. The Outworlders who were invited also did the same. They had been advised about this when they came to the palace. If they were unwilling, they were turned away. Swearing fealties were not just symbolism to the Outworlders. If they did, they were automatically accepted into the Themisphere Kingdom faction if they weren't already. If they were already a Kingdom faction member, they would receive merit points that were enough to level them up to Baron at least. The Outworlders that John had invited were mostly those with guild headquarters as well as leaders of other influential guilds or groups. By tying them to the Kingdom faction, it would help to strengthen the kingdom more. Through Serenity's divine ability, both Jack's vows and the current swearing of fealties were broadcasted to the entire country. She did this to help Jack solidify his status as the king so that no one would question the legitimacy of his kingship. It was past afternoon before the fealty swearing ceremony was completed. Jack was then ushered to the royal balcony. The throne room was situated rather high up in the palace, so he could see almost the entire capital from this balcony. Down there in the palace courtyard, many civilians had gathered. They crowded until outside the courtyard's wall. They cheered when they saw Jack, who was now in the king's uniform. Jack wondered if they truly cheered for him, or if it was something organized by the kingdom's officials. As his enhanced eyes looked through the crowd, he spotted Amy, Samantha, Gruff, and young Janice. Amy and Samantha cheered passionately. At least Jack was sure these two cheered for him wholeheartedly. Gruff and Janice weren't invited to the throne room to swear fealty because they were executives of League factions. Their loyalties lay elsewhere. But Bailey, who was also a member of the League of Champions, did. She even informed Jack that she would focus her time more on the Kingdom faction than the League. Jack also spotted Hestus from the Blacksmith Circle and Andrea from the Healer Society among the crowd. He believed there were also other representatives from other League factions down there. Jack lifted his hands. He was supposed to address the crowd. The voice from the crowd slowly lowered to a murmur. People of Themisphere, I stand before you now as your king. But I believe you have seen me walk amongst you in this past year. I understand that many of you, maybe all, see me as an outsider. I won't deny that. I and my kind, whom you call Outworlders, are indeed outsiders. But please rest assured that I don't see you as any different than I see the other Outworlders. I swear to you that I have taken an oath to devote myself to making this country a better place, for both natives and Outworlders. I truly intend to uphold that oath, for we are one, whether you are a native or an Outworlder. We are all the citizens of Themisphere. Cheers erupted, louder than when Jack first came out of this balcony. Probably someone down there is choreographing the crowd, Jack thought amusingly. He didn't mind. This was just a show anyway. The real chore was just about to begin. He would have to prove to the people through his deeds that he was worthy of this crown. Jack made a slight bow to the crowd before retreating to the throne room. A feast had been prepared. Everyone moved to the gathering hall to enjoy the refreshments and also let them mingled around. A feast was also prepared for the civilians gathering in the courtyard outside. Everyone was celebrating the coronation of the new king. Duke Alfredo took Jack around the gathering hall, meeting nobles and other influential natives. He could see some of them were just wearing a friendly Fafa section ode. He hated this kind of political gathering. Nobody seemed to be their real selves, but he guessed he had no choice but to play this game now. He acted as polite and as friendly as possible, not giving in to his usual casual and carefree manners. John shamelessly tagged along whenever they went. Jack didn't mind. John was more suited to this kind of function than he was. Jack pulled Jeannie to tag along as well, just to balance up in case John made an insensitive remark. Jack mostly just nodded and answered questions with short comments. Despite this feast being meant for people around the country to know one another, Jack noticed one sad point. There was a clear separation between a couple of groups. The native group and the Outworlder group. The two seemed to form their own circle and just chatted among themselves. Very few out of the two groups made the effort to greet the people from the opposite group. Jack sighed. It might take more effort and more time if he wanted to bring these two groups together. The feast went on until late at night. Guests from outside the capital again stayed in the guest rooms prepared for them inside the palace. Even the Outworlder leaders were given ones. They happily accepted. Not every day they received such hospitality from the kingdom. The next day, everyone gathered again. This time for a more somber affair. The funeral ceremony for King the Mose, Prince Alonso, and Princess Sindril. Only a few people knew the truth about the Mose and Sindril. So, to most officials and the mass, the Mose and Sindril were still the kind monarch and the gentle princess whom they knew in the past. Under Jack's insistence, Commander Quintus' funeral was included in this royal funeral ceremony. Lindsay was there. Jack tried to strike up a conversation with her, but she was mostly quiet. Jack didn't have the guts to tell her that her father died because of doing a favor for him. He could only secretly swear that he would take care of her. The ceremony similarly lasted for a day. The head priest from the Church of Creation performed a lengthy ritual. The army then carried the four's bodies in a ceremonial procession to the royal crypt, which was located in a cave inside Mount Thenias. After the funeral ceremony was over, some officials who were from other cities left. Some stayed another night. Emrys and Merrill were among the ones who left the next day. They had to return to their border forts. It had been some time since they left those posts. Their long absence was not good for the safety of those borders. It was after everything calmed down that Jack had the chance to deal with the matter of actual ruling. By using the monarch system. The what system? Jack asked. The monarch system, Penuel repeated. That's how a ruler rules a country. Maybe it's some kind of a control panel, John said. He was there in the throne room with Jack, together with Jeannie. Jack had invited the two to help him learn how to rule. You need to sit on the throne for that, Your Majesty, Thurgood said. This advisor was also there with Duke Alfredo and Duchess Isabel. They were also there to assist Jack on his first day in doing kingly duties. Oh, I sat there 2 days ago but nothing happened, Jack said, indicating the time during his coronation. You are still being coronated on that day, Thurgood explained. You are only formally considered the king of this country after the coronation day ended. Just sit on the throne and try it, will you? Penuel said impatiently. All right, Jack said and went to the throne. As he sat on it, several holographic screens appeared. Whoa, he shouted. What is it? Something happened, Jeannie asked. You can't see it? Jack asked. A whole bunch of screens just popped up. It seemed only you are privileged to them. This will make it difficult for us to help, John said. You will need to describe everything you see if you want our help. There are a lot. I'm not sure which to start first, Jack said. He felt overwhelmed by the displays in front of him. Thurgood came to explain then. Those screens held the general information of the country, officers we have, and also tasks needed attending to. Oh? You can see them too? Jack asked. Yes, Thurgood replied. You can click them one by one to see their details, Penuel added. Jack clicked the one that showed the map of the country. The map zoomed out and showed him the overview. John had seen this complete map when he was strategizing for the Orc invasion, but for Jack, this was the first time he laid eyes on a complete map. After having a general view of the map, he could see that he had not even traveled 1/10 of this country. He simply didn't have the time to. Multiple dots were marked on the map, signifying human settlements. Besides the map were numbers of the settlements, which were classified into 5 categories: village, town, city, metropolis, and megalopolis. Currently in Themisphere was 22 villages, 16 towns, 8 cities, 11 metropolises, and 0 megalopolis. The settlement classification is based on the population of the said settlement, Penuel explained. A village has a population of 100 to 5,000. A town has 5,000 to 100,000. A city is 100,000 to 1 million. A metropolis required a population of 1 million to 10 million, while anything above 10 million is considered a megalopolis. We have 11 metropolises, the same number as the main cities, Jack said. Yes, only a city that becomes a metropolis can be the main city, Penuel confirmed. Is the population fixed? Or can it grow? It can grow and decrease. Aside from external factors like disaster or warfare, the population will mostly be affected by how you rule. So, if we help a city grow and become a metropolis, we will have 12 main cities? Jack asked. Yes, Penuel answered. Then will that mean the number of guilds who can have a guild headquarters become 12 as well? Will a bandit outpost appear in the region of that new main city? Well, in theory it should, Penuel answered. If we can have more guilds with headquarters in our country, that will help boost our military power, John remarked. It's not easy growing a city, you know, and it certainly will not happen in a short time, Penuel said. When Jack clicked on the list of metropolises, the 11 main cities were shown. Out of the 11, the capital Therath boasted the largest population, with 7 million natives and 1 million outworlders. The 2 next most populated metropolises were Theenward and Thehemberg, with a total population of natives and outworlders at around 6 million. The next 4 metropolises had a total population of around 4 million. These metropolises were Thenedant, Themitus, Thebrington, and Theramdel. The remaining 4, Theviork, Thedunval, Therold, and Thevolts had around 2 million populations. Thieswall and the Sylvania where Jack had visited were considered towns. Thieswall used to be a city before VRMMO's invasion, but its population had declined due to the invasion. Even though much of its population had returned, it was still not enough to push it back to the city status. Jack continued his observation on the general overview display. Aside from information about the number of settlements, other main information was listed there. They were Kingdom Coffer, Kingdom Mana, and Kingdom Enchantment. When Jack saw the Kingdom Coffer info, he couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. 5 million gold coins. He stammered. Can I take some of those? The question was answered by a slap on the head by Penuel. Thurgood was unsure whether he should scold the fairy for such disrespectful treatment. The king himself seemed to just treat the slap as if it was the most normal thing in the world. The coins inside the Kingdom Coffer are for use to develop the kingdom. It is not for private use, Duke Alfredo explained. Ahaha. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Jack laughed. Jeannie, John, and Penuel shook their heads at the three natives, telling them that Jack didn't joke. Well, let's move on, Jack said, trying to change the subject. By the side of the Kingdom Coffer were two subdetails: total coin income and total coin expense. The income was 2,106,000 gold coins, while the expense was 1,399,000 gold coins. Those are the monthly income and expense, Penuel informed. Which means the monthly net income is 707,000 gold coins, Jack said. He then looked at the 5 million gold coins in the Kingdom Coffer. These coins must have accumulated for some time already, Thurgood explained. It has been almost a year since King the Mose ordered any development. It was the royal advisor who dealt with the matters. But his authority is limited, so he couldn't fully use the coins in the Kingdom Coffer. Jack nodded his understanding. In the Kingdom Mana section, 2 million mana was listed there. Jack didn't know if that was a large amount or not. If this mana was equal to the mana cores, then it was certainly a lot. Similarly, there was total mana income and total mana expense by the side. The income was 581,000 mana, with an expense of 386,000 mana. So, the monthly net income was 195,000 mana. For the Kingdom Enchantment, there was no number. Instead, it had a name listed there. Hey! It said here we have Serenity's Blessing, Jack said after reading the name listed under Kingdom Enchantment. Jack hovered his attention over the description and some extra details popped up. Serenity's Blessing boost food production, increases population growth rate, boost happiness and economy. Happiness will never fall below 50%. Drafting will not cause happiness to fall. No natural disaster will happen in the country. Duration: 1 year. That's right. Goddess Serenity did mention giving this kingdom her blessing, Penuel said. We are very lucky she did that. This will help cut down your work in keeping this kingdom stable. Hee. I know my big sister won't let me down, Jack said. He moved his head away just as Penuel's hand came slapping again. Missing the slap, Penuel grumbled about how Jack called the goddess his big sister. Jack was already moving to the next screen. It was marked with the title, Officers Overview. The main page showed that there were 526 active officers with an allowable maximum of 569 officers. The 569 maximum was divided into 251 for court officials and 318 for military officials. These are the senior-level officers whom you are entitled to appoint or discharge, Penuel explained. The 526 active officers from the maximum allowable of 569 meant there are 43 vacant spots at the moment. Go into its details so you can get a clearer picture. Jack complied. When he opened the military section first, the top row had 3 boxes. 2 had portraits in them, 1 was empty. The 2 portraits were people he knew, Emrys and Merrill. The row was marked with the words, Lord Marshal. I guess this 3rd box used to be filled by Arthur Pendrake, Jack said. Arthur Pendrake was the Lord Marshal who quit his post after Therabus lost in the Civil War. So, I can appoint anyone to fill this empty post? Jack asked. Not that simple, Penuel answered. There is a restriction for each rank. Lord Marshal being the top rank requires the highest restrictions. Lower ranks have lesser restrictions. You can check their restrictions by clicking the empty portrait. Jack did so. The requirements soon showed themselves. To be appointed as a Lord Marshal, someone would need to be at least level 70 mythical grade and have leadership and discipline stats of at least 80 points. Leadership and discipline stats? Jack asked after reading. It's the officer stats. Now try clicking the box with a portrait, Penuel suggested. Jack chose Emrys' portrait. Detailed information soon appeared. A brief history of Emrys was shown. It depicted that Emrys came from a declining noble family which was later ransacked by bandits. He lost everyone except her mother, who then brought her to the Circle of Magi. Her mother left him with the mages there, because despite surviving, her mother also suffered a fatal wound. Her mother passed soon after. Emrys studied inside the Circle of Magi until he became a powerful mage. Yet, instead of continuing to serve the Circle of Magi, Emrys chose to leave the faction and join the kingdom. He quickly climbed up the rank with his prowess. With his rank, he finally tracked down the bandits who had murdered his family and exacted his revenge. From then on, he vowed to protect this kingdom from any bandits or foreign enemies and spare anyone else from suffering his same childhood tragedy. "Oh Hayuro, I didn't know that old man has such a sad backstory," Jack commented. He looked down and saw the other details from Emrys. The info listed Emrys' level and grade, which Jack already knew. It also listed his health point, mana point, and the 6 attributes similar to players. Below them was another set of data. They were loyalty, leadership, discipline, wit, politics, and traits. Besides loyalty was number 76. Umayuro Penuel. Does this loyalty stat Mianayuro? Penuel answered before Jack finished his question. Yes, that indicates his loyalty to the king you. Uhayuro, it's 76 good? The maximum is 100, which means he is utterly loyal to you. Officers will start to consider quitting or defecting if their loyalty is 60 or below. Oh Hayuro, so not too good, Jack said. Yeah, I will say it's average. I will say he just considers it his duty to obey you as his king. He didn't truly have any opinion on you personally. Mayuro, hey, are those what I think they are? Jack pointed to a series of buttons beside the loyalty number. They had words on them: pay, gift, summon, promote, demote, and discharge. He was pointing to the ones marked with pay and gift. Yeah, that is if you want to give him coins or a valuable item. It will increase his loyalty points, Penuel answered, understanding Jack's meaning. Great, let's give him some coins to increase his loyalty. The guy is a level 85 mythical, after all. I will want him on my good side euro, but by paying, I assume I use the kingdom coffer. Not my own coins, right? Yes, paying an officer will use the coins from the kingdom coffer. But you can pay him later. There is a mass pay function where you give coins to all or multiple selected officers at once. It is faster rather than paying them one by one. Oh, I see. Okay. Jack said and studied Emrys' other data. He had 86 for leadership, 93 for discipline, 81 for wit, and 66 for politics. Those 4 also have the maximum point at 100, Penuel explained. Studying these 4 stats, Jack understood that they were different from attributes. While attributes indicated one's prowess in combat, these 4 stats reflected one's social capacity. Officers with leadership and discipline excelled in military service. Leadership showed how well one led another, while discipline showed how well one carried out an order. As for wit and politics, they were more suited for court officers. Jack scrolled down. There were lots of officers. A few he recognized. Most he didn't. The ranks that were visible to him were Lord Marshal, having 3 spots. Lord Commander, 10 spots. Knight Commander, 25 spots. One of the Knight Commander's spots was empty. That empty one must be one that used to be occupied by Quintus' portrait. Sadness returned when Jack was reminded of that Knight Commander. Knight Captain had 80 spots. The last Knight Lieutenant had 200 spots. Plenty of empty portraits in these 2 ranks. I understand there should be more military ranks below Knight Lieutenant, right? Jack asked. There are, Thurgood confirmed. But your majesty needed not to bother about those lower ranks. They were appointed by the upper ranks in this list. Jack nodded. It won't be practical if he was to be in charge of selecting every single officer in this kingdom. I can promote anyone I wish, correct? Jack asked. Yes, as long as the officer can fulfill the restrictions of the ranks. But please remember that the higher one's rank, the higher the officer's monthly wages are. These wages are automatically charged into the monthly kingdom expense. They are separate from the pay function your majesty mentioned before. Oh, Jack went back to Emrys info again. He saw it now at the bottom. His wage was listed there. 500 gold coins. Jack was amazed. 500 gold coins were much more than the monthly profit from his restaurant and bakery. But considering Lord Marshal was the highest rank in the military section, such a wage was natural. Seeing the wage amount, Jack wasn't too worried. He was only planning to promote 2 people. He didn't believe that would burden the kingdom coffer much. He went to the Knight Captain's section. After browsing around, he found the portrait he was looking for. It was the portrait of Captain Salem. He clicked the promotion function and had Salem promoted to a Knight Commander, replacing Quintus' previous spot. Captain Salem's level and grade were good enough for the Knight Commander rank. Then he went to the Knight Lieutenant section and promoted Bailey to Knight Captain. Before he promoted the 2, both of their loyalties were close to 90. He didn't find this strange since the 2 had a good relationship with him. After he promoted them, their loyalties went past 90. As for the others' loyalties, he made several random checks and was dispirited to find most were below 70. Some were even below 60, which Penuel remarked as ones they should be wary about. Jack couldn't say that he was surprised by this. It was already a good sign that these natives didn't directly rebel when he was announced as their new king. Jack then moved to the court section. When he opened it, the top row only had 1 box and it was empty. It was the rank of Royal Advisor, Mason's previous rank. Below them were advisors, magistrates, head ministers, and ministers. There were 5 spots for advisor rank. Both Thurgood and Duchess Isabel were in these ranks. Magistrates had 15 spots. Head ministers had 30. Ministers had 200. After a quick browse through the list, Jack turned to Duke Alfredo and said, I don't see you anywhere here. I'm not officially working for the court, Alfredo answered. I'm just a noble who helps the kingdom and my wife in her duty, on occasion. I see, Jack said. He was pondering about giving the royal advisor rank to the Duke. When he was about to ask if the Duke was willing, John beat him first. Can an outworlder be appointed to this rank? John asked. Yes, Thurgood answered. Outworlders won't get any benefit from this rank though, Penuel said. This rank system is meant for natives. Each native that is put into the slot received a benefit to their stats. Outworlders don't get that. Plus, Outworlders also won't receive any of the monthly coin wages that natives received based on their ranks. Even if the king used the pay function to increase loyalty, Outworlders won't be able to receive it. Their loyalties won't even be displayed. Jack could understand why it was so. A human's heart was unpredictable. The system won't be able to predict players' loyalty. As for the pay function not being available to players, this might be a restriction so players didn't abuse this function to steal the coins inside the kingdom coffer for personal use. If it was not so, he could just elect one outworlder and then pay him coins as many as possible with the condition that a portion of the coins is given back to him. If outworlders are elected, can they see these screen panels that Jack is seeing now? John asked again. He had been bothering Jack often since they started this monarch system, insisting Jack describe the screens he saw in detail. Oh, his real name is Jack, by the way. They can, Penuel answered. If the rank is Royal Advisor, this elected outworlder can even operate these screen panels to an extent. Hee hee. John grinned and said to Jack, You know what to do then, dude. Didn't you hear that these spots give benefits to natives? I will waste the benefits to one native if I give you this spot. So, are you saying you don't need my help? Do you want to govern this kingdom by yourself? John asked. Sigh. What the hell? Fine. Jack uttered and interfaced with the royal advisor's portrait. He was also annoyed by John's constant buggering for him to describe the screens. He was required to choose from a bottomless list of natives who worked for the kingdom, or by entering a name. Jack put in John's name. The system warned him that the name belonged to an outworlder. Asking him if he was sure, Jack clicked sure. John's portrait soon filled the empty royal advisor box. "Whoa!" John exclaimed when he could finally see the screens. He had the same reaction as Jack. "This is utterly interesting," John said. His hand started to flip the screens around. "Hey! I'm not done here. This is not your plaything." Jack smacked John's hand away. "There are a lot of sections. Can you please hurry it up? We will spend the whole day like this if you continue at this pace," John complained. "Hold your horses. There are a few more things I want to do in this officer's section," Jack said and swiped the screen to show the magistrate ranks. "Hee, time for a payback," Jack said. Warren's portrait was in front of him. Warren was the magistrate who used to be under Prince Therabus. He had been at odds with Jack in the past due to the incident with Warren's son, Walter, who tried to harm Jack during Jack's initiation into the Kingdom faction. Jack clicked on the discharge option. A message box appeared asking him if he had any reason to this magistrate for the discharge. Jack typed, "You know why, right? Don't let me see you again or you will regret it." Jack was already merciful for letting Warren go with just a simple discharge. The guy had sent an assassin on him, after all. But he didn't have the time to deal with this small character. He was not wasting his precious time on petty revenge. He had bigger matters to deal with. There are 43 empty spots in these officer ranks. Do you have suggestions for someone to fill them with? Jack asked the three natives. He was not keen on checking the expansive list of candidates and reading their data one by one. He also wasn't worried that filling up these empty spots would add to the kingdom's expense too much. From the country overview screen, there was still a healthy margin between income and expense. He preferred having a full roster of officers so they could help him in ensuring this kingdom operated as intended. Duchess Isabel and Thurgood gave their suggestions. They were the ones who had interacted with officers more, so they should have a better insight into who could be trusted and who was a better employee. Jack followed their suggestions and appointed those officers to the empty spots. Jack asked if Duke Alfredo wanted a spot. The Duke politely declined. "I prefer my freedom," the Duke answered. "So am I," Jack lamented internally. After Jack was done, he asked Penuel, "Where is the mass pay function?" "Go out to the main screen," Penuel informed. Jack did so. He saw it then. There was a mass pay button under the officer overview main screen. Jack clicked on it and there were 4 options: 50 gold coins, 100 gold coins, 200 gold coins, and 300 gold coins. After pondering, Jack chose the 200 gold coins. He didn't want to be seen as too royal by choosing the highest amount, but he also didn't want to appear stingy by choosing the lowest one. The sum in the kingdom coffer was still more than enough for this. Jack had filled up the spots for all 569 officers. But since John couldn't receive pay, there were only 568 officers who could. 200 gold coins for each officer totaled 113,600 gold coins. This number was automatically deducted from the kingdom coffer and the coins were magically transferred to the officers. Jack clicked on the portraits randomly. The officers' loyalties had increased, even if not by much. Emrys' loyalty went up by 3 points to 79. Jack noticed the mass pay button was grayed now. "You can only do mass pay once a week." Penuel caught his attention. "Okay," Jack said. The next time he would just go for the 300 gold coins option. That, of course, if the coins inside the kingdom coffer were still sufficient. He had a feeling that before this day ended, the coffer would see a huge decrease. He moved to the next screen then, which prompted John to whistle. When Jack looked at him, he said, "This is my favorite kind of game. I'm glad I can see these screens." "What is it?" Jeannie asked. She was now the only one in the room who couldn't see the screens. She felt left out. But unlike John, she didn't fuzz about it. This next screen was City Overview. It listed all the settlements in Themisphere, a total of 57 settlements. 11 main cities with the metropolis level were at the top of that list. The capital, Therath, was of course the number one. Jack clicked on Therath. A large overview map appeared, allowing them to see the 3D projection of the whole city. Cool, Jack remarked. Jeannie kept her urge for asking what was cool. Jack still explained anyway. It's the map of the capital, he said to her. This is the list of its facilities, John pointed. Beside the map was a list of building names. There were lots of them. Among them were temples, schools, markets, farms, mines, lumberyards, granaries, libraries, barracks, courthouses, and so on. These buildings had numbers on them. These were the number of those specific buildings that had been built inside the capital. There were also buildings without a number. Penuel explained those were buildings where only one could be built in each city. Some of these were the Adventurers Association, the Hunters Association, the League of Champions, the Order of Magi, the Palace, the City Wall, and many others. There were also statistics on the city. These statistics were divided into 3 groups. The first group was resources, consisted of population, food, mineral, lumber, mana, and specialties. Theratha's population was 8 million, a combined population between natives and outworlders. The capital was just short of 2 million from becoming a megalopolis. Food determined the growth of the population. If it wasn't enough, the population might decrease. The current number on the food was in green. Penuel indicated the color green meant it was enough for the current population to have healthy growth. Food came from farms, and the number of food that could be stocked depended on granaries. If food was in red, these 2 structures would be the ones that needed building. Mineral and lumber were the 2 primary resources needed to construct a building. Some special buildings needed mana as well. Mineral came from mines, of which they were in abundance due to the existence of Mount Thenias behind the capital. Lumberyards were fewer but were still enough due to nearby woods. Mana came from special buildings like mana shrines. Temples also produced a little mana when people came to pray. Specialties were not represented by a number. They were special products that were unique to the city due to the terrain. Therath had 3 specialties: orichalcum or magicite ore, and deep earthweed. This city has orichalcum ore? Penuel exclaimed after reading. Is it great? Jack asked. Great? That is one of the 2 legendary grade ores for smithing, Penuel said. Legendary? Awesome! Jack also exclaimed after hearing Penuel. He remembered that his transformation prism could only fuse materials until the unique grade, which meant he could only get the legendary material from normal means. Now, one of these means had presented itself. But then he thought of something and asked Thurgood, this orichalcum ore, is it only for kingdom use? Can I take it? Your Majesty may take them if you wish, but you will need to pay them using your private coins or merit points, Thurgood said. However, the production yield of this orichalcum ore is very low. Less than 5 ores are mined each month. Currently, our warehouse has no more than 100 orichalcum ores in stock. Great! I have not much need of merit points anyway. I will use those points to exchange, Jack said. Use your coins if you wish. Your merit points are even more important now that you are a king, Penuel said. Huh? What for? Jack asked. I'll explain later. Anyway, these other 2 specialties are also great. Magicite ore is a unique grade smith material, while deep earthweed is unique grade alchemy material. That will be useful if our guild found recipes using those items, Jeannie said. Duchess Isabel chuckled. Unfortunately, the kingdom also needed those materials. But sure, if we have excess, we can sell them to you. The second group of statistics was the city stats. There were 4 of them: economy, productivity, security, and happiness. Economy indicated how prosperous the city was. The higher the value, the more coins the city would produce. Productivity influenced the speed by which the city constructed new buildings or produced special goods. Security and happiness had their values shown in percentage. 100% in security meant that the city was completely safe. No crime would happen in such a city. Happiness affected the citizens' mood. The higher its percentage, the happier the mass was. hence less likely to rebel. Their Athos current security was at 62%. Its happiness was at 76%. I don't reckon this number is good, Jack said. No, it's not, Thurgood said. Both security and happiness also affect the city's economy and productivity. If either fall below 70%, the economy and productivity will be less than the value stated here. On the opposite, if both security and happiness are above 80%, it will boost them more than their normal value. This 76% happiness is already due to the boost from Goddess Serenity's blessing. Without it, I bet it will be less than 70% as well, Penuel said. It can't be helped, Duchess Isabel said. The people had just gone through 2 wars, lost their king, which is succeeded by someone, I am sorry to say, no one expected. They have to process a lot of stuff. Don't forget that many of this capital's original troops had been sent to reinforce the borders, John added. I believe the absence of sufficient troops contributes to the lack of security, doesn't it? That's right, Isabel replied. So, the first order of business is to restore the security. Let's use the draft function, John said. His hand went to the screen. Jack again smacked his hand away. Hey! One by one. We've not yet finished reviewing all the details on this screen. I already understand the mechanic in just one glance. But fine, I will match my pace with our king's sluggishness. Hurry it up, will you? Thurgood had the urge to ask Jack if he probably wanted to discharge this impolite outworlder from the royal advisor rank. But Jack didn't show any sign of being offended by John's rudeness, so he didn't say anything. Jack resumed his review. The third group of statistics was the general information. The first information showed the city's governor. For thereath, the governor was someone named Aquinas. Jack slightly remembered someone with this name during the swearing of fealty 2 days ago. He thought it should be the same Aquinas. The governor of the capital was sure to have been invited during his coronation. Aquinas wasn't among the court or military officers, but Jack could still check his data. When he clicked the name, a portrait appeared with his info. He had rather impressive social stats. His leadership was 81, discipline 72, wit 86, and politics 98. He also had a trait called management, which increased the city's productivity if he was the city's governor. His loyalty, however, was only 72. Can't have the governor of the capital has such low loyalty, Jack thought. He saw similar functions of pay and gift by the side. He clicked the gift button. A list of goods appeared. They were mostly luxurious jewelry, furniture, rare books, ceremonial weapons, and such. Penuel explained these goods gave no effect on outworlders, so they were mostly ornament goods. These are luxurious goods collected by the kingdom, Thurgood explained. Can gifting increase loyalty higher than paying coins? Jack asked. If the gift is an item the recipient covets, then yes, Penuel answered. Anyone here knows this Aquinas fellow? Jack looked at the 3 natives in the room. I am quite familiar with him, Thurgood said. Being an advisor of the palace, it was only natural for him to know the governor of the city he lived in. He is a complex person, but he likes to read. If you want to present him with a gift, books will be a good choice. Thank you. Jack appreciated the tip. He looked at the series of rare books on the list. With Thurgood's help, they picked one that contained poems and literature. After sending the gift, Aquinas' loyalty went up by 8 points to 80. Jack nodded with satisfaction, but doing this personal gifting was too troublesome if he had to do it to everyone. He would only do this for special individuals. Below the governor was the info about city troops. 18,000 was the number listed there. It indicated the number of troops stationed in the city. Before the invasion and civil war, we have 50,000 troops stationed in the capital, Thurgood explained. That's why our security value had fallen. We are lacking sufficient soldiers to patrol the streets. Thank you for repeating my point, John said. His tone caused Thurgood to glare at him, but John acted as if he wasn't aware. Jack ignored the two. He was still studying the screen. Below the city troops were coin income and expense. Thereath coin income was 200,000 gold coins, while the expense was 80,000 gold coins. giving a net income of 120,000 gold coins monthly. Isabel explained that Therath and Thenward were two cities with the highest economic value in Themisphere. Hence, the high coin income. Most of the total kingdom coin income was generated by the 11 main cities. Smaller towns generated just enough to cover their expenses. As for villages, most of the time they needed assistance to help with their expenses. Below the coin income was mana income and mana expense. Therath had 50,000 mana income and 20,000 mana expenses. Isabel explained that mana was mostly only produced and needed from the city level and above. Town normally had no output of mana nor any building that required mana upkeep. Villages were even more so. Those covered all the information about a city. Below those data was the function section. This section had 4 buttons: build, draft, train, and transport. Jack clicked the build button first. A series of buildable buildings were listed. It was a long list. Common buildings were markets, farms, mines, schools, residential houses, and the like. Penuel informed him that special buildings should be at the bottom of the list. You should go to the very bottom of the list. There should be one building that is normally unable to be built but is available now due to Goddess Serenity's blessing. Really? With that prompt, Jack scrolled down at light speed, no longer reading the available buildings in the list, which annoyed John. Arriving at the bottom of the list, they saw one name colored in green: World Peace Garden. That is a wonder building, Isabel exclaimed. Wonder building? Jack turned to Penuel. It meant only one can exist in the world, Penuel explained. High prerequisite is usually needed before one can build a wonder building. For the case of this World Peace Garden, it requires Goddess Serenity's blessing. Jack hovered over this building to see its details. World Peace Garden, Wonder Building, generates mana 10,000/month. Increases the overall happiness in the country. Increases the overall productivity in the country. Increases the chance of exceptional individuals emerging during drafting. Construction cost: 50,000 gold coins, 50,000 mana, 3,000 lumbers, 1,000 minerals. Comma, construction time 30 days. Comma, upkeep, 5,000 gold/month. Requirement: Goddess Serenity's blessing, the country is not at war. Exceptional individuals? Jack asked. It means it was possible for the people who are drafted to manifest high grades, Penuel explained. Drafting is taking the commoners from the population and transforming them into soldiers. Commoners are level 1 and without a grade. When they are drafted, they transformed into a level 10. Their grades, however, differ. If one is lucky, one might be an elite or maybe even a rare elite. This World Peace Garden improves the odds of that happening when we draft. Then we should build this building first, Jack said. Wait, you said drafting is taking from the population? That means the population of the city will decrease if we draft. That's correct, Penuel confirmed. Therath was only short 2 million from becoming a megalopolis. This meant drafting would delay that from happening. But Jack guessed that couldn't be helped. Improving the city's security and increasing the kingdom's military power took priority. He clicked the option for the World Peace Garden to be built. The timer started counting. Too bad it took 1 whole month to build, Jack sighed. This is already considered fast, Penuel said. Therath's productivity value was considered high. If it was any other city, it might take 2 months or even more. However, there is a way to hasten the building time. Really? How? Jack asked. Later. Select the other buildings you want to build first. Other buildings? There are 4 building slots there, genius, John mocked. Yes, a metropolis can build 4 buildings at a time. A city can do 3. A town is 2. As for a village, it can only build 1 building at a time. If this capital becomes a megalopolis, it will be able to build 5 buildings simultaneously. Jack felt weird at first. Couldn't they just hire more workers to build more buildings on empty lots? Then, they can build as many buildings as they want as long as they had the coins. Then, he remembered this was a game world. Everything worked differently here from the real world, including its building construction process. What should we build? Jack asked. At the same time, he scrolled up to where the special buildings were listed. They were the Coliseum, War Academy, Intelligence Agency, Zoo, Magic Laboratory, and Grand Cathedral. Other special buildings will become available when the city level up to Megalopolis, Penuel informed. Or if you found a city blueprint. City blueprints are unlike the structure blueprints for guild headquarters. They can only be used by a country. We should focus on ones that can help improve our military, John offered his opinion. We need to get back in shape from the loss we suffered from the wars. In that case, the War Academy and Coliseum should be your choices from the special building list, Penuel said. As for the regular building, you should build more barracks, fighting schools, or magic schools. Jack checked the info about the War Academy and Coliseum. Hey, I can't build the Coliseum yet. It says here, needs at least 5 barracks, 5 fighting schools or magic schools, and an approval letter from the League of Champions. We have 12 barracks and 10 training schools and 10 magic schools, so that is not a problem, but the approval letter part is grayed out. I guess that's what we are missing. Yes, you will need to visit the League of Champions for that. Let's leave it for later. You should have no problem with the War Academy. I don't, Jack said and checked the War Academy's details. War Academy, special building, training space, 5,000 units, increases units' training growth rate within the city. Increases unit skills/spell learning probability within the city. Construction cost, 10,000 gold coins, 1,000 mana, 500 lumbers, 1,000 minerals. Construction time 20 days. Upkeep 1,000 gold/month. Requirement. Has at least 10 barracks and 10 fighting schools or 10 magic schools in the city. The country has experienced war against foreign forces within the last 2 years. The War Academy soon filled the second building slot. What does the Barak do? John asked Penuel. Each Barak has training space for 1,000 units. This meant it can train 1,000 soldiers at the same time. You know that natives are unlike you outworlders. They level up very slowly. By training inside the barracks, they gain the same leveling speed as outworlders. We have 12 barracks. Adding this War Academy, we will be able to level up 17,000 soldiers, Jack said. Training priority will always be given to soldiers with the lowest levels first, Penuel said. So, if you perform draft, those recruits will be the ones who are prioritized to be trained. That makes sense. Otherwise, those level 10 recruits will just be useless in a war, John remarked. But still, 17,000 is too few. That's why our leveling progress will never be able to catch up with outworlders, Alfredo remarked. We need a whole ton of barracks for that, which is unrealistic. What about the fighting school and magic school? John asked Penuel again. Fighting schools teach soldiers to learn skills. Magic schools teach spells, Penuel answered. Similar to you, outworlders, natives received new skills or new spells when they level up. But what skills or spells they receive differ from one native to another. You can look at them as their hidden talents. Aside from these natural skills and spells, they can also learn ones from outside sources. However, unlike outworlders, natives don't learn these non-standard skills and spells instantly by simply interacting with technique books. They need practice and guidance. Thus, it takes a long time for them to learn a single skill or spell. How long do they usually take to learn a skill or spell? John asked. Depending on their affinities and the skill or spell's difficulty, Penuel answered. All skills or spells that have been researched by the kingdom will be available for them to learn in those schools. What the soldiers choose to learn is up to them. Priority is given to soldiers who have the least number of non-standard skills or spells. So, in this case, it will usually be the recruits who get prioritized again. Usually, the more non-standard skills one has, the more difficult for one to learn an additional skill. Recruits normally will be able to learn one skill in one session, which is 1 month. But for veterans who already have more than 2 non-standard skills, they might not get any result even after learning for 1 month. How many soldiers can each school teach? John asked. Same as barracks, 1,000 soldiers, Penuel answered. What do you think? Jack asked. Let's just fill up the 2 remaining building slots with barracks, John said. Learning skills and spells might be important, but the success probability is too unstable. We should just let them focus on their basics first, which is their level. They will gain their natural skills and spells anyway if they level up. You should also think about building residential houses, Penuel informed. Building one will provide a living complex for 10,000 population. You should prepare them since the goddess blessing boosts your population growth. If there is not enough place to live, the population will remain stagnant even if you have enough food. I think you don't need to worry about that, Thurgood informed. Therath still has enough residential space to house another 1 million population. Well, in that case, Jack followed John's advice and inputted the remaining 2 slots with barracks. Each cost 5,000 gold coins, no mana, and a few minerals and lumbers. The upkeep was 100 gold coins and it required 10 days to build. Now that the 4 building slots were occupied, he diverted his attention to the next city function, draft. When he pressed the button, he was provided with 3 options: casual draft, regular draft, and heavy draft. Each cost gold coins. A casual draft cost 2,000 gold coins. A regular draft was 5,000 gold coins, while a heavy draft cost 10,000 gold coins. Casual draft will convert 2,000 commoners into a fighting force, Penuel explained. A regular draft produced 5,000 soldiers. Heavy draft resulted in 10,000 soldiers. So, each soldier cost 1 gold coin, John remarked. Please note that these 3 options are only available to metropolises, Penuel added. Cities only have casual and regular drafts. For towns, you can only do the casual draft. You can't draft any people from villages. When you have a megalopolis, there will be another draft option available, conscription. This draft recruited 50,000 soldiers. Every drafting process will cause happiness to decrease. But since we have Goddess Serenity's blessing, it will not. No matter which type of draft you choose, the cooldown will be the same. 1 month. So, you can only make another draft a month later. It's a no-brainer then. We will go for the heavy draft, Jack said. But before his finger could press the button, Penuel stopped him. Wait, before you do that, let me explain another feature first. What feature? Jack asked. Remember that the World Peace Garden increases the chance of better-grade soldiers emerging during a draft? It is better if we do our draft after completing that wonder building. That building takes 1 month, sister. We can do another draft again when that building is completed. Penuel smiled instead. Hee. That's why I said I'm going to tell you about another feature. Probably the most important feature in this entire monarch system. Remember the ruling power you received from becoming the first Outworlder monarch? Yes, I have been waiting for you to explain that, Jack said. Go back to the main screen that displays the country overview. You have missed one detail, Penuel said. Oh. Jack interacted with the screens and returned them to the one with the giant themisphere map. What do I miss? Jack asked as he looked around the screen. He spotted it then. At the top corner left were a few words. Sovereign Level 1, EXP 0/50,000 merit points, Ruling Power 110. You have a basic of 10 ruling power when you became a sovereign, Penuel said. That 110 were your basic 10 plus the reward from the notification. That's why I said it's a lot. When you go up a level, you will receive 10 ruling power. Additionally, every month you will receive ruling power 10 times your sovereign level at the time. So, next month I will receive 10 ruling power? Jack asked. If your sovereign level remains at level 1, Penuel nodded. I see now why you said my merit points are important, Jack said. The merit points can now be used to increase my sovereign level. Yes, take out your Kingdom Faction badge to interact with it. Jack followed the instruction. When he took out his Kingdom Faction badge, it was completely different from before. It was bigger, grander, and had a brilliant golden color. The description also changed to Themisphere King badge. It no longer displayed the total accumulated merit points from the start. It only showed the available points, which were 287,804 merit points. An interface appeared when Jack interacted with the badge, asking if he wanted to use the available merit points to increase his sovereign level. Jack agreed to it. A stream of light flowed from the badge and entered him. As it did, Jack saw the EXP bar below his sovereign level increasing. Once it hit 50,000 points, he received a notification that his sovereign level had increased to level 2, receiving 10 points of ruling power. Jack didn't stop the transfer. The merit points continued to flow from his kingdom badge. The EXP indicated that he needed another 100,000 points for the next level. His badge had enough merit points. In the end, he depleted the entire merit points in his badge. His sovereign was now level 3. He needed 150,000 merit points to reach level 4. He needed just a tiny 12,196 merit points for that. If he knew this, he wouldn't have spent any of his merit points in the kingdom exchange list in the past. But then again, how could he bloody know he would be the king of this country? With the 2 times level up, he now had a total of 130 ruling power. So what can this ruling power do? Jack asked. Multiple things. Try clicking your sovereign status, Penuel said. Jack followed the instruction and the screen changed to display several options. Hasten construction, complete 10 days worth of construction. Cost: 1 ruling power. Hasten research, complete 10 days worth of research. Cost: 1 ruling power. Increase population, summon 100,000 population into a selected settlement. Not applicable to villages or towns. Cost: 10 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 week. Call to arms, draft troops from all the settlements in the country. Draft 50,000 troops from megalopolises. 10,000 troops from metropolises. 5,000 troops from cities. 2,000 troops from towns. All drafted troops start from level 30. Cost: 30 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 month. Mass drill trains all the levels of the soldiers in the country with 50% efficiency of a barrack. Those who are trained inside barracks received a 200% growth rate. Cost: 50 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 month. War rally increases all soldiers' attributes for 1 day. Cost: 20 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 week. Requirement: usable only during wartime. War transport, teleport 100,000 soldiers to any settlement within Themisphere. Cost: 30 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 week. Requirement: usable only during wartime. War march, increase all soldiers' marching speed for 3 days. Cost: 10 ruling power. Cooldown: 1 week. Requirement: usable only during wartime. Wow, Euro? Jack only gave this short utterance after reading the options. More options will be available as you level up your sovereign level, Penuel said. No wonder Alonso said that he will use this power to recover the military power. John mused. What is it? Jeannie was getting anxious about being left out. Duchess Isabel was kind enough to spare her time to explain to her. Next month, if my sovereign level is still level 3, I will only get 30 ruling power, correct? Jack asked. That's correct, Penuel answered. Now I understand why you are so excited that I get that 100 points of ruling power. Well, in this case, I can't squander it. The call to arms and mass drill is a must. This will instantly increase our troop counts. Toyuro. Jack was still calculating when John said, 182,000 troops. That is not yet counting the ones we manually draft from each settlement. If we do, the numbers will double. This means we will have recovered almost half of the fighting force we lost during the invasion war. Not to mention that mass drill trains all troops even if only half the efficiency of a barrack. This means the stronger veterans like Emrys and Merrill will benefit as well, as opposed to the normal barrack training which prioritizes the weaker troops, Jeannie said. She could finally join in the conversation after catching up due to Isabel's explanation. Well, I know the Moes had been pretending to be unwell, but if he had used this power when we are invaded, it will have truly eased our struggles, Jack complained. Although I agree with you, there is one thing that you need to be aware of, Isabel said. The sovereign power that the Moes used to have is slightly different. How so? Jack asked. His sovereign power doesn't have a level. It was Penuel who answered. A native monarch receives only 10 ruling power every month. That's it. They have to make do with that small quantity. If they want to use the power that requires more ruling power, they will need to save their points through several months. Oh? I thought when Alonso said that he was going to use his ruling power to recover this country's military power, mean that he has a sufficient amount. He was expecting to receive it from his father, Thurgood said. Since King the Mose hasn't ruled for a while, his ruling power should be piling up. If he was crowned king, Themis' ruling power will pass on to him. Well, I guess it didn't pass on to me because I have no blood relation to the king, Jack said. That's right. But even so, the current ruling power you have is more than King the Mose has saved up. I can't help but think that the gods are truly unfair. Even our monarch system favored you Outworlders. Thurgood sighed. Jack glanced at Penuel. Only she and Outworlders here knew the reason why it was so. He considered telling the three natives here about the true nature of the world but decided against it. Better to not get sidetracked. He proceeded to spend 5 ruling power to complete the construction of the World Peace Garden and the War Academy. World Peace Garden would help the probability of better grades emerging from the drafting process. War Academy would help the speed of training growth rate. He then spent 30 ruling power to use the call to arms. Afterward, he used mass drill. He spent a total of 85 ruling power, leaving only 45 points left. I think I will just save these remaining points, Jack said. So we can at least use mass drill again next month. Good choice, John agreed. Don't forget to also manually train the troops in barracks. They will get a 200% effect in that way. Jack nodded. He returned to the city overview screen and zoomed back to Therath. They performed heavy drafts on this city so that function entered a cooldown. He went back into the build function to fill up the 2 building slots that had been freed up because World Peace Garden and the War Academy had been completed. He filled in the 2 slots with 1 fighting school and 1 magic school. They similarly needed 10 days to be built. He then went out and clicked the train function. Inside the train function, Jack was given the option to train using all the barracks, fighting schools, and magic schools, or only a portion of them. He chose all of them. The cost was 500 gold coins for each building. Therath had 12 barracks, 10 fighting schools, and 10 magic schools. This training cost a total of 16,000 gold coins. Jack proceeded to do the same to the other settlements, except for village-level settlements which couldn't be drafted. In total, he spent 182,000 gold coins for drafting and 304,000 gold coins for training. Aside from building, drafting, and training, there were 2 more city functions: construct and transport. Construct was for making siege weapons and ships. Since in Themisphere only Thepergua had a port, only that city could produce a ship. The best ship available to construct there was Ship of the Line, costing 4,000 gold coins and required 15 days to construct. In the other settlements, Jack chose to construct siege weapons like catapults and arrow towers. They had lost quite a number during the Civil War and Invasion War. Not to mention, most of the ones destroyed during the Civil War were his deed. Not all settlements could construct these machines. They needed to have a special building called Siege Workshop first, or Ship Factory in terms of building ships in Thepurgua. Other settlements that had none of these buildings had their construct function grayed out. As for the transport function, it was to transport settlements' resources except for population and mana. Food, minerals, and lumber that were excessive in one settlement could be transported to another settlement that needed them. Villages and towns were usually the ones that needed these resources as they were not self-sufficient enough to support their growth. Thurgood and Duchess Isabel helped in suggesting to Jack which settlements had excessive resources and which were lacking. So, Jack didn't spend too much time checking the settlement statistics one by one. The settlements that require resources the most were of course the 3 towns that were occupied by the orcs during the invasion war. Many buildings in those towns were destroyed during the invasion, which prompted Jack to have to rebuild the essential buildings. Some of the other settlements also had specialties. One notable specialty was the magic pigment found near the city of Thedunval. This was the basic material for mana paint. Penuel informed Jack that mana paint was something that was used to draw a mobile rune diagram, such as the barrier diagram World Ruler used when they attacked wicked witches. Jack had heard about the battle from Genie. In the end, they spent more than half a day dealing with all the settlements. It was late afternoon already, and everyone thought that Jack would be calling it a day and continuing tomorrow. But after Jack closed the city overview screen, he immediately switched to the next screen without pause. Everyone didn't say anything. If the king didn't suggest a rest, they wouldn't either. The next screen was military overview. It showed the same overall map as the starting screen, country overview. But instead of marking settlements' locations around the map, it showed troops' positioning, which not only showed the troops inside settlements but also the ones patrolling around the country and the ones inside defensive forts. Besides the map was detailed information on the troops and the forts. Only after looking at this map that he noticed that Themisphere had quite a number of forts. A total of 18 forts existed. However, only 13 were garrisoned. The remaining ones were like Fort Garradhor, which was empty until Prince Alonso repaired it for use during the Civil War. The forts were divided into 3 categories: small, medium, and large. Small forts were like Fort Garradhor, which could only hold less than 30,000 troops. 9 of these forts were scattered all around the kingdom. Medium forts were bigger-sized forts that could hold 100,000 troops. Fort Themyscira and Fort Slaughterer Plains, which were used during the VRMMO invasion war, were medium forts. Themisphere had 5 of these forts, mostly situated near the borders. Large forts could hold as many as 500,000 troops. Only 3 existed in Themisphere. Each of these large forts was led by a Lord Marshal. These forts were Emrys and Meryl's bases. One of them was now leaderless since Arthur quit the army. There was an option to build a fort on the screen. The cost of building a small fort was 5,000 gold coins, a medium fort was 20,000 gold coins, and a large fort was 100,000 gold coins. The building time also differed: 20 days for a small fort, 45 days for a medium fort, and 90 days for a large fort. Those did not yet include the time workers and soldiers needed to travel to the selected build spot. Jack and John decided it was not the time to build another fort. They were still lacking in manpower to man the existing forts and settlements. They would focus on increasing the soldier counts first. As for the troops' information, Jack could see on the screen that Themisphere had a total of 2,664,000 troops. This already included the 364,000 recruits they had just drafted earlier. Thurgood informed Jack that, before the invasion war, Themisphere had around 3 million soldiers. 2,200,000 out of those 3 million soldiers had been mobilized to repel the invasion, while the remaining soldiers stayed behind to maintain stability and protect the other borders. 780,000 soldiers were lost during the war. It would take some time before they returned to that previous number. On the screen, he also saw the report on how many soldiers were in training, which was all of them due to the mass drill he activated earlier. The numbers that were on training and learning in settlements were also displayed. He didn't need to go into each city screen to check these training soldiers. Aside from these details, there was also a report on unit types. The kingdom units were divided into 2 categories: basic units and special units. Basic units consisted of light infantry, heavy infantry, ranged, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, ranged cavalry, magic, and healers. Jack asked who decided what recruited soldiers to become which type of units, because he didn't see the option when he did the draft. Thurgood said that it was decided 1 month after the recruits were drafted. The superiors in the barracks would see each recruit's proficiency and decide what's best for them. Jack didn't have to trouble himself about this thing. All Jack needed to do was make sure that the city the recruits were in had the necessary buildings to support the unit type. For example, cavalries needed stables. Heavy cavalries needed stables and armories. If the city didn't have these buildings, then the barrack superiors would have no choice but to organize the recruit into different unit types, even if that recruit was more suitable as cavalry. Therath had all the buildings required for all basic unit types, so it was not a concern. The other smaller settlements like towns, however, were not so. Jack noted this so he would build those buildings after the current building constructions were done. While studying the basic units, Jack noticed some of them had upgrade options. The light infantry was pikeman units. The information said that this unit was effective against cavalry units. When Jack clicked the upgrade option, it said that the pikeman could be upgraded to halberdier. Halberdier boasted stronger offense and higher defense-piercing property. It cost 5,000 coins to upgrade and 10 days to rearm the current soldier. Jack proceeded with this upgrade, along with the other basic units that could be upgraded, spending another round of massive gold coins. Why are there units that can be upgraded and some that can't? Jack asked. The ones that can are because this kingdom had completed the research on the higher grades of those units, Penuel answered. The ones that have no upgrade option either have reached their best form or the research to the upgraded form is not yet done. Sometimes it is also because the upgraded unit requires a specific building which is not yet built, Thurgood added. Research? Jack asked. I believe that will be the next screen. Let's finish this one first, Penuel said. Jack nodded. After upgrading all the basic units that could be upgraded, Jack checked the special units. Special units were more varied, similar to the guild's special units. Penuel informed Jack that while every country has similar basic units, special units differed from country to country. Penuel gave the Republic of Palgrost as an example. That country had cannoneers, armored busters, and bike riders. Cannoneers were ranged heavy infantry that dealt AoE damage from a very long range. Armored busters were heavily armored melee infantry. Bike riders were cavalries on metallic steeds that had faster movement speed than normal cavalries but lesser maneuverability. I see, Jack said as he looked at Themisphere's special units. There were 3 of them, but Penuel said that it would not always be limited to 3. The research function in the next screen could unlock more special units. Themisphere's special units were Gunners, Arcaners, and Holy Knights. Gunners were similar to the player's class. They were ranged units using guns. Arcaners were magic users that used support magic to buff allies and debuff opponents. Holy Knights were heavy infantries that could heal allies. All these 3 units had upgrade options. Jack proceeded to upgrade them without delay, even if the costs were much more expensive than upgrading the basic units. Gunners cost 20,000 gold coins to upgrade. They became musketeers after being upgraded, which possessed a longer range than the gunner units. Arcaners were upgraded to illusionists. They gained spells that created illusions to confuse the enemies. The cost of the upgrade was 40,000 gold coins. Holy Knights became paladins after Jack paid 30,000 gold coins. Paladins gained offensive and defensive magic that helped them better survive in a battle. I understand that it's the barrack superiors who decided what type of units the recruits would become. What about these special units? How does one become them? Jack asked. That will depend on the soldiers themselves, Thurgood answered. Every soldier had the chance to become these special units, but first they had to already be a basic unit. They can register to become the special unit of their preference. They will undergo a test after registering. If they pass, they will transform into that special unit. The slots for special units are limited though, Isabel added. Only 10% of the army can be allocated for special unit types. So, the tests will be closed once special unit types reach that percentage. The arrangement was done by the head minister from the army ministry. Army ministry? Was the head minister good? Jack thought as he switched back to the officer's screen and looked for the head minister in question. The name of the head minister was Helena. She had 77 for leadership, 91 for discipline, 95 for wit, and 71 for politics. Her politic was rather lacking for a court officer, but her discipline and wit made up for it. Jack thought it should be okay considering she dealt with the army. She is a good minister, Isabel said. Jack nodded. Helena also had a trait called organized, which helped her keep everything in order. After the special units were the siege units. The ones listed here were the total quantity that existed all over the country. There were 5 types. 5 trebuchets, 11 catapults, 21 ballistae, 4 arrow towers, and 9 battering rams. These numbers did not include the ones Jack commissioned the cities to currently construct. They also didn't include the ones that came with a fort when the fort was constructed. Those were the fort's defensive weapons. They were fixed and couldn't be moved away from the fort. These siege machines on the list were also unlike the guild's version. These machines could be transported and moved around. They were permanent siege units that only disappeared if they were destroyed. That was it for the military overview. He went to the next screen, research overview. This research overview was divided into 3 research trees. There was also an indication of the research level. The research level stated on the screen was level 9. There was a progression bar underneath the level indication which was half filled. Penuel explained that the bar was filled with research points. Research points were generated by specific buildings inside settlements, like schools, academies, laboratories, and other buildings that contributed to study. Each building contributed research points weekly. If the bar was filled, then the research level would increase. The higher the research level, the faster the texts inside the research trees were learned. The first research tree was Civil Path. It contained technologies that helped improve the stats of a settlement. Jack browsed through this tree. Some of the learned techs were irrigation, mining, ironworking, and such. There were too many. These must all be the ones that had been researched since Themisphere Kingdom came into existence. Jack just scrolled up to the current tech that could be researched. There were 4 of them: industrialization, philosophy, engineering, and university. Industrialization allowed the building of factories inside a settlement, which increased the city's productivity. Philosophy increased happiness. Engineering increased productivity. University, if built in a city, would generate research points. There was no ongoing research at the moment because neither the Moes nor Mason bothered to pick a tech for research. Starting research required coins and mana, and only one tech could be researched within one tree. After discussing with the others, Jack chose to research university. He paid 15,000 gold coins and 10,000 mana. The research itself took 25 days to complete. Jack could use his ruling power to hasten the research time. One ruling power reduced the research time by 10 days. But Jack didn't want to waste his ruling power. He wanted to save them for using mass drill again next month. Jack turned to the next research tree, the military path. This path also branched out from a single tech and went up multiple lines along already researched techs until it ended with 4 available techs that could be researched. The 4 were explosives, propaganda, rapid arrows, and drilling thrust. Hey, drilling thrust? Isn't that the name of my skill? Jack asked. Yes, it is a battle skill. Once you research this tech, all melee units with piercing weapons could choose to learn this skill in fighting schools. Penuel explained. Jack also remembered the rapid arrows. This was a skill once used by Assistant Manager Ironhand, allowing him to release multiple arrows at rapid succession, much like Gunner's rapid shot but using a bow. As for explosives, this tech allowed cannons to be built in siege workshops. Propaganda allowed cities to build recruitment offices. Each recruitment office increased the number of each draft process by 50 units. Pick explosive, John said. Why? Jack asked. Our siege weapons were rather lacking. We have lost quite a number during the Civil War. Yeah. Whose fault was that? Jack asked. I do remember you are the one doing the hacking, John returned. People, focus. It's getting late already, Jeannie chided. It will take time for us to replenish the number of our siege weapons. If we can't make up with quantity, then might as well make do with quality, John reasoned. These cannons should definitely be above those primitive siege machines we have. All right? Jack followed John's suggestion and chose the explosive tech, spending 25,000 gold coins and 2,500 mana. This tech needed 21 days to complete. He moved on to the last research tree, the Mystic Path. This path similarly branched out to multiple options. Jack noticed this path had gone further than the other 2 trees, which meant the previous kings had focused on this path more. There were 6 selectable techs in this path instead of 4. These techs were Healer's Abode, Mana Spring, Freezing Halo, Healing Diagram, Stone Gargoyle, and Collective Ardor. Healer's Abode gave the country the ability to build a building of the same name. This building contributed a bit to the happiness stat and also allowed the basic healer unit to upgrade into a high healer. Mana Spring also granted settlements to construct a building with the same name. The building increased mana income. Freezing Halo was a spell. After being researched, it would be available to be learned by soldiers training inside the magic schools. Healing Diagram was a mobile rune diagram. It could be drawn on a place and anyone going inside the drawn area would receive continuous healing. However, if combat happened within the drawn area, the diagram would cease its function until the combat was over. Stone gargoyle wasn't a tech that allowed them to build a unit. It was instead counted as a structure that can be built, either in settlements or in the forts. It was a defensive structure. The structure would stay inert under normal circumstances. But if the settlement or the fort was attacked, this structure would come to life in the form of a huge stone gargoyle. This stone gargoyle would then defend the settlement or fort like other units. Research this one. It was Penuel who made a suggestion this time. She was indicating the last choice on the research tree, collective ardor. Why is that? Jack asked as he tried to open up this text description. This is an enchantment spell, Penuel explained. This must be the first enchantment spell available in this mystic path. Similar to Goddess Serenity's blessing. Once it was cast, it would affect the entire country. It won't be as powerful as the Goddess enchantment, of course. This enchantment boosts productivity to all the settlements in the kingdom. You have to note that enchantment usually has high mana upkeep. Duchess Isabel. After we learned this enchantment, how to cast it? Jack asked. Enchantment casting function will appear in the country overview once you have access to a country enchantment spell. You can cast the enchantment this country has researched there, Penuel answered. I prefer that healing diagram, John said. It will be useful to have it as a mobile healing station, saving our army's supply of recovery potions during a campaign. After some pondering, Jack decided to follow Penuel's suggestion. Following the fairy's recommendation all this time had never disappointed him yet. We are not in wartime. We can learn the healing diagram after the collective ardor, Jack said and selected the collective ardor. It cost 15,000 gold coins and 30,000 mana. It also required 33 days to complete. What if a country decides to invade us next month? John asked. Then I use my ruling power to hasten the research, Jack replied. What if you already used up your ruling power and don't have enough for it? John asked again. Jack eyed him with annoyance and said, I've already made my selection. Get over it. John responded with a shrug. Well, if it is ruling power you are concerned about, the next screen will interest you, Penuel said. Oh? Do you mean there are other means of getting ruling power aside from leveling up or waiting for the monthly income? Jack asked. That is not wrong, but the next screen is more towards getting merit points to increase your sovereign level. Just go to the next screen first. Jack complied. The next screen was called Affairs Overview. Inside the screen were two panels. There were even pictures on them. One was titled Dispute of Two Landlords Over a Plot of Land in Thibauldiere. The other was The Inheritance of Lord Edmund. Only two? That's very few, Penuel remarked. Both King the Mose and Royal Advisor Mason didn't deal with these affairs much. So, many governors no longer bothered to appeal their unsolved affairs to the royal court anymore, Thurgood explained. Jack didn't truly understand their discussion. He was clicking one of the two panels. The one with the title of The Dispute of Two Landlords Over a Plot of Land in Thibauldiere. Thibauldiere was a small town near the main city of Themidus, Isabel informed. After opening the panel, a series of texts appeared. It was a story about a dispute. It said, on the southern side of town Thibauldiere, two landlords were in a dispute over a plot of land. The two landlords went by the name of Almond and Ethos. Both were nobles with the rank of Viscount. Almond was the head of an old family who had lived for generations in the town. He claimed that the plot of land was by right his, granted to his ancestors by the kingdom in the past. However, there was no deed to prove his claim. Almond said that the deed was lost. But since his family oversaw and owned most of the lands in that town, most agreed that the land was his. The other noble, Ethos, was an outsider who came from Themidus. He claimed that he had bought the plot from the Office of Land Management, a kingdom's division that dealt with the legal exchanges over land. However, it turned out that the officer who processed Ethos' transaction was corrupt, and the deed the minister gave to Ethos did not completely go through the legal process. The officer had been caught and punished. However, Ethos had built a trading post in that plot of land and conducted businesses through that post for the past 6 months. A simple refund of the coins he used to purchase the land was not enough to cover his loss if he was to vacate the land. Ethos refused to leave. Since Almond didn't have an official deed, this gave Ethos a stronger reason to resist. Almond, however, insisted that Ethos vacated the premise within the week. The two were stubborn and weren't willing to compromise. Hence this matter had been appealed to the royal court, asking for the king's decision. Under the affair was a deadline, 7 days. That means you have 7 days to make a decision, Penuel explained. After that, this affair will no longer be available and it is considered failed. They will most likely resort to violence to sort out their differences after 7 days, Thurgood said. It's better that we decided for them before that happened. Dealing with this affair fairly will also increase public confidence in the royal court, Isabel added. It will help improve your reputation as their king. What I'm confused about is why this Almond fellow takes 6 months to start the dispute. He should have made his claim before Ethos built his trading post and run his businesses for that long, Jack commented. If that happens, I don't think there will be an affair for you to deal with, John said. Maybe the system intentionally creates such a stupid situation so you have an affair to deal with. Jack gave John an irritated glance. You can always find something to mock about, can't you? Jeannie said to John. There was a response button under the story. Jack clicked on it. 4 options appeared. 1. Support Almond. Gives Almond the right to the land and everything on it. 2. Support Ethos. Officiates Ethos deed and no one is to dispute the land anymore. 3. Destroy the building and then divide the land in half. Gives both Almond and Ethos an equal share of the land. 4. Deny both of their claims. Confiscate the land and the building to become the kingdom's property. What is this? A multiple choice test, Jack remarked. How do I know the correct answer with such limited information? I say just kick them both. Claim the land as the kingdom's property, John said. Though that will earn us an extra building that gives us coin income, that will also most likely earn us the ire from the public, Isabel said. Yeah. You won't know which is the correct answer until you pick them. Merit points will be awarded based on your decision. The most perfect answer might even earn you bonus ruling points, Penuel said and then added. John's suggestion will most likely reward you the least number of merit points. John simply shrugged at the two's opinions. Hey, there is a 5th option, Jack said. Under the 4 options was an empty line where he could type something. That is if you want to decide something outside the 4 given options, Penuel explained. The perfect answer I mentioned is usually outside the 4 given answers. The system will judge your decision and reward you accordingly. Bloody hell. Like I said, how can I decide with such limited information? Jack said. You can always go to the site and check the case for yourself, John suggested. You think I have that much free time? There are only 2 affairs here which are considered a few, Penuel said. There are usually more. It is not practical if you try to involve yourself directly. When 10 affairs required your decisions in the span of a few days, you won't be able to go to every site to check them out. Do I have to just make a lucky guess for these affairs? Jack muttered. I do have a high luck point. Maybe that will help. Penuel didn't bother to answer that question. Suddenly, Jack thought of something. Hey, maybe this can be a solution. How? Jeannie asked. Jack called John and Jeannie to approach and whispered something to them. After hearing Jack, John said, I'm impressed that someone like you can think of this method. What the hell do you mean by someone like me? Jack asked back. I will go back and organize everything once we are done here, Jeannie said. Jack nodded.